We start with Bismillah. So before we head into the conversation, I'll call on Imam Mufti to give us the opening prayer. Imam Mufti.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم كلا بل تحبون العاجلة وتذرون الآخرة وجوه يومئذ ناظرة إلى ربها ناظرة ووجوه يومئذ باسرة تظن أن يفعل بها فاكرة كلا إذا بلغت التراقي وقيل من راق وظن أنه الفراق والتفت الساق بالساق إلى ربك يومئذ المساق فلا صدق ولا صلى ولكن كذب وتولى ثم ذهب إلى أهله يتمطى أولى لك فأولى ثم أولى لك فأولى أيحسب الإنسان أن يترك سدى ألم يك نطفة من مني يمنى ثم كان علقة فخلق فسوى فجعل منه الزوجين الذكر والأنثى أليس ذلك بقادر على أن يحيي الموتى السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. After we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we send blessings and salutations to the best of mankind, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as we gather here today with the intention of seeking knowledge and guidance, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless this gathering and the discussion that will take place, inshallah, and also grant us wisdom to understand and the strength to apply what we learn. We pray for the youth in our Zongo community that they may be guided towards path of righteousness, peace, and success. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help us to support and uplift each other as we work together for a better tomorrow. May this event be filled with Allah's blessings, and may He also bring positive change to all of us who participate. Ameen. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ameen. Allahumma ameen. Thank you, Imam Mufti, for your prayer. We hope Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala answers all of our prayers and makes this event a success. Thank you all once again for joining us here at the Obaasima Zongo Dialogue. Once again, we are happy to have you here. Before we get into the actual conversation, it's just right that we have a very important person, a mentor to a lot of the ladies in the Obaasima Academy, speak to us about the importance of this initiative and also welcome us. So please put your hands together as I call to the podium. Jifa Tegashi is a mentor with the Obaasima Academy and also the Deputy National Women's Organizer of the National Democratic Congress. Please put your hands together for her.
I was just about to say good morning. I realized that I am in the midst of my Muslim friends and family. So, assalamu alaikum. Did I say it right? Thank you so much. I would like to give a welcome address, an opening address, whatever it is. I have to talk before the program starts. Amma called me some days ago, probably a week, and told me I'll be doing this, and I felt so honored. Because to give the opening address for an Obaasima program like this, it means that you have a little background knowledge of the journey that Obaasima has been through. And that makes me a very proud mentor of Obaasima, proud Obaasima member. Now, over the years, there is one note that I entered Obaasima with. And I'm happy to say I was corrected. I heard the name Obaasima, and I thought, hey, it's for ladies, polished people alone. Has anybody thought of that before? Yes. Obaasima. And so we started on the campuses. And I saw students who were so passionate about this initiative. But then, very quickly, we were reminded that it is for every woman. And so we went to do market storms. We engaged our mothers in the market areas. And so you see Amma setting up a podium in the middle of the market, engaging the traders, our mothers, our aunties. Is somebody here? And so it is not just polished. My mom is not polished. Is your mom polished? Oh, well, your mom could be polished, but some of our mothers are not polished. But they are the people that we look up to. The things that they did, we know we can't even do now. And so from there, last year, we invited our Kayayis, and you should have been there to see it. Women who thought that, oh, it is only Kayayi that I can do, to be given this opportunity. Once you're an Obaasima, it is just a woman who has a long way to go, a woman who sees that there is so much ahead of you. They said a woman who is well-made. That is the conclusion that I've come to. That Obaasima stands for a woman who is well-made. So yesterday I thought of saying lady, and I said lady can confuse people. People think lady has to be in some sleek skirts and walk some way. So let me just use woman, well-made. I'm not saying self-made. Somebody can hold you and help you, so you may not be self-made, but well-made. That means you do not have limits. Is somebody here with me? Yes. That means as a woman, you are aspiring to be the perfect woman, the perfect version of yourself. And why not perfection? Yes, we know that there is nothing that is perfect, but we aspire to be, so that there is always room for improvement. And I think that is what Obaasima stands for. There isn't a bridge that says that Obaasima is looking to get women into getting jobs or achieving this particular dream. Because, my dear, they say if your dreams don't scare you, then they are not dreams enough. So if you ask me where I want to be tomorrow, as an Obaasima mentor, as an Obaasima member, I cannot tell you one thing, because it's way beyond what I can picture right now. 5 years ago, I was picturing that I wanted to do this and that. And today I realized that what I was dreaming about 5 years ago is too small. I want bigger things. So do not set standards for yourself. Let it be beyond. Just tell yourself, within 3 years, I want this. Do not say that I want to end my life like this. And that is what Obaasima stands for. So Obaasima is holding the hand of that young lady to make sure that she is going through that journey and not alone. To make sure that she's aspiring to be the best version of herself. As best as a lady could be, as best as a woman could be. And so 5 years from now, you will still be an Obaasima because you have higher heights to reach. And today, the theme that Amma chose, she usually discusses the theme with me. And probably, if she discussed this one with me, I wouldn't have even known what to say about it because it's too perfect. reimagining the future of today's woman. It falls right into what Obaasima stands for. Because as I said, if you had planned out your dream last 5 years, today it will look small to you. So there is every importance to reimagine what tomorrow would look like. So 30 years ago, you would hear people talking now about female genital mutilation. Did you hear anything like that? Have you heard anything like that before? Then they'll tell you child marriages, we have to reduce them. You hear child rights, girls being given equal opportunity to go to school. Did you hear that? There was this song some time ago, send your girl child to school. Has anybody heard it before? You remember? 30 years ago, sending your girl child to school was priority because ladies or children, female children, were at home and the men were being taken to school. Today it has reduced significantly, has it not? So can we go with the same campaign again? No, we can't. We have to aspire for higher things, better things. Affirmative action, how many years was it in Parliament? Today, is it our problem again? So should we still be talking about affirmative action? It is time to reimagine the future for today's woman. Because the future 30 years ago has been realized. We have reduced child marriages drastically. Today, out of the youth in school, I think women are more than 60%. That means that the campaign has indeed worked. 30 years ago, less than 20% of girls were in school. Today, people in school are being led by women. Is somebody here? You understand? So if you tell me that we are going to just go by that, no. That is why it is important that yet again, we stand here and reimagine the future for today's woman. So what will my future look like? We have to sit down and put together something to think about again, an agenda to push again. And as much as we've been successful all over these years, women coming together in the Obaasima circle, I do not know what we cannot achieve. I nearly said Ezu. I'm used to speaking on political platforms to my people. So you speak 5 seconds and then you say Ezu and people say yes. I nearly said that. Is somebody here with me? It is important for us to sit together and reimagine the future ahead. Look at our challenges and see how we can solve them together. Create more opportunities, but most importantly, they said if you want to change the world, you have to start changing it by changing yourself first. As the Obaasima lady, you have no limits. You should not have any limits. You can just set some agenda for yourself and then put it in place every day. Be a better version of yourself every day. That is what Obaasima stands for. All the programs that Obaasima is laying at hand, take good opportunity, use them. I have mentees here that Obaasima gave me, and they're like my babies. Harriet, are you here? You see, that's one of my mentees. You understand? Obaasima has an academy, enroll. Obaasima is doing something, be there. Take good use of it. Take the advice. Take everything and make sure you're a better version of yourself. I'm a proud Obaasima. I didn't join the academy, but I mean, I have grown ever since I started Obaasima. I have been a moderator of Obaasima before. I have been a mentor. I have been I have sat at this place and then we've done some mentorship session. I have been a speaker. I have been just an attendee, and we are growing together. So let's not leave you behind. All the new faces here, the secondary school girls, are you there? You'll be completing very soon. This is a home for you. Obaasima is ready to take you on board. And those that are already in the tertiary, you know how it goes. Nobody will come and call you, but when you come, you'll have a seat. So today, let's introduce the new agenda, which is reimagining the future for today's woman. And I hope that our speakers will do justice to that. We will leave here with a new resolve on what lies ahead for us. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you so much, G-Factech. I think she deserves another round of applause. not sure anybody could have done it any better than she has. Literally spoken to us about the purpose for which the Obaasima Summit exists, the Obaasima Academy, and the Obaasima project in its entirety. And we are really happy with you. We are happy with all the work you've done with us for the past few years. And need I talk about the fact that it's really easy to go to bed at night and dream of success. But what is a dream without hard work? It's easy to want to achieve greatness. But what is a vision without going the extra miles? Apparently 6 years, or approximately 6 years ago, the dream and the vision of one woman who has at heart the thoughts of young ladies like you and I to see that we excel in any space we find ourselves in has materialized into what we have today as the Obaasima Foundation and the Obaasima Summit, the Obaasima Zongo Dialogue, Obaasima Campus Store, and the Obaasima Market Activation. I'm talking about none other than Mame Ama Pratt, the Executive Director of the Obaasima Summit, the one who holds all of us down, the one whose dream we are all working to achieve, the one who says there's no leaving behind any young lady. Please, can you give us a wave? Please put your hands together for her. We are grateful to you, Mame Ama Pratt, for all the work you do to ensure that no lady is left behind, to ensure that there's a better future for young girls and women, to ensure that there's the reorientation of the next generation of boys and girls, to ensure that nobody really is left behind. We say thank you, and we love you very dearly. We say thank you also to all of you who's played very tremendous roles in making sure that this dream is materialized. And please allow me to introduce you to the Obaasima Academy. For those of you who are in secondary school, we are open. Our doors are open. After this particular seminar, reach out to us. Let's take up mentoring you so that you can break that glass ceiling. The ones that trailblazers like Ama Pratt are, shattering. The ones like Tracy Addo, the ones like Jifatega, the ones like Harriet Nati as well. So please, get on board. After this, don't just take your bags and then just go to school and life goes on. Stay with us so that we can help you achieve that dream. Because it really takes an entire village, to get anywhere. That's why we have this community, this gift that is the Obaasima Foundation, curated by Mame Ama Pratt. At this juncture, let me not bore you with my plenty talks. I talk a lot. If you leave me, I'll talk. Forgive me, I'm a journalist, so it's not my fault. But at this juncture, let me invite to the podium Clevester the poet to give us some poetry recitals before we introduce our speakers for the day and get the board rolling. So Clevester the poet, please put your hands together for her.
In the heart of Zongo, where culture blends, a dialogue unfolds, a call to explore. The Obaasima theme, I say so. And I say, in the heart of Zongo, where culture blends, a dialogue unfolds, a journey to amend. Obaasima's theme, a call to explore. Reimagining future for women evermore. The Obaasima's future canvas, a picture to paint with vibrant colors of hope and resilience and sing. Women's voices, a symphony so sweet, empowering each other to take a seat. In these gatherings, there will be stories told of struggles and triumphs and of hearts made bold. Women's experiences a treasure to share. With every step and every voice raised high, women empowerment will touch the sky. The theme is clear, a call to asking to break the barriers and see women through, to shatter glass ceilings for a brighter tomorrow starting today. Empowering women and girls will be the legacy that Obaasima will pursue. So let's reimagine and co-create a world so bright, where women, their potentials is our guiding light. A world where equality and justice reigns. The Obaasima mapa, awu insuro anapabosu. You toil endlessly in the fields and at home, yet goes unsung. In this dialogue, we will find our way to a future where women can shine each day. With hope, courage, resilience, and determination in our hearts, we will reimagine the future with Obaasima Zongo dialogue and never depart. With the Obaasima spirit, we will pave the way for a brighter tomorrow starting today. I go by the name Clevester the Poet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clevester the Poet. I'm supposed to stand up there, but I think I won't take so much time, so I'll just stand here and then do what I have to do. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for one more time. Right, so at this point, as I said earlier, it takes an entire village to put a dream like this together. And every year we hold these forums, these summits, for free. We don't take a dime because we are very passionate about seeing that you excel as a young lady who is going to go out there into a world where, you do not really know what to expect. So we are equipping you and we are making sure that you get ready for that. So it's only right that we allow for some of these people who have been on board with us for a very long time to share some goodwill messages with us as we continue with the program. So at this juncture, I'll call on Hajia Safia Idrisu, I hope I got the name right, to share with us some few messages before we continue with the events. Please put your hands together for Hajia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My dear community members, the chairperson, esteemed guests, young ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hajia Safia Idris. I'm honored to represent Muslim women in teaching Ghana at the Obaasima Zongo dialogue. Today, we gather to reimagine the future for today's woman. And I am proud to share our journey in empowering women and girls in the Zongo communities. The state of the woman and girl child in the Zongo community is an issue of national concern because they are amongst the most marginalized communities in Ghana. In order to improve human development, it is important to uplift the conditions of women, especially those from underrepresented groups. This is why a platform such as Obaasima Zongo dialogue is so important to facilitate solutions-oriented discussions to accelerate progressive change. Today in the Zongos, women are the most active participants, yet deprived of opportunities from actively participating in nation building. Poverty, illiteracy, early marriages, teenage pregnancy, domestic violence, school dropout, and sexual abuse are among many factors contributing to the stagnation in the condition of women. Nonetheless, in recent years, there has been a surge in education, entrepreneurial skills, reproductive health awareness, and in our areas, even though there's still more work to be done. In terms of education, many young girls, although educated, in most cases do not transcend beyond senior high school. In some cases, they get married after final year examinations, either due to cultural pressures or to escape poverty. But after marriage, it is presumed women cannot go back to school because they may neglect their domestic duties. However, today, I stand before you as a living proof that marriage should not be a barrier to education for women. I too got married after senior high school, but that did not stop me from achieving my goals. Thank you. My education began after I had been married for 10 years. And I've had 4 children. 10 years, 4 children at that time. I started by acquiring a certificate in early childhood education at the National Nursery Training Center right here in Kanda, after which I became a nursery school teacher. After that, I was still hungry for more. I decided to go to Accra Polytechnic, now Accra Technical University, to pursue hotel catering and institutional management. Then I worked a little. Then I furthered my education by going to the University of Education to become a trained teacher in the field of technical education. So I stand there as a TVET facilitator. Then after 12 years of teaching, I decided to further my education again at the University of Ghana to acquire a master's in educational leadership and management. In all, I never for once abandoned my duties or domestic duty as a wife, as a daughter, as a mother, and as an in-law to many of my extended family, my husband's extended families. I went ahead to, inshallah, I'm still yearning for more. This is just to inspire my young girls, daughters, sisters, and nieces to know that it is possible for you to achieve it all. Regardless of your demographic, your gender, age, religion, culture, marital status should not stop you, but it should rather empower you. Another reason for educational venture in the Zongo community is we observe that when young girls continue their education, most of them do not pursue STEM programs. That is the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This is often due to the stigma surrounding these programs, making these subjects seem difficult than they really are. Thus, in order to boost the confidence of young girls, we, the Muslim women in teaching Ghana, decided to intervene at the junior high school level by organizing subject interaction programs in collaboration with various schools from different communities to engage with students, teachers, examiners, academics for advice and guidance towards the BEC exams. However, we started with the Islamic Education Unit some time ago to host some sessions at their office. And we organized some events in this very venue, that is the National Mosque Gimsa Hall. Each year, the show runs over a period of weeks on Saturdays at 10 a.m., selecting 3 students representing each community. With the help of some individuals, we provided some incentives like books, stationery to participants, and award prizes and scholarships to winners and excellent students. We have achieved notable milestones, targeting school dropout, single mothers, and some Kaya girls with our entrepreneurial skills training program, where we teach fashion design, garment making programs, ICT programs, soap making, detergent, spices production, etc. Last year, the graduation event was a success, thanks to the collaboration with our honorable attendees like the Turkish ambassador, who donated computers and some sewing machines at the center, training center, at the Muswit Fashion Center at La Paz. We also received an amount from a representative of our First Lady, Mrs. Lodina Mahama. This generosity has not only equipped our beneficiaries with skills, but also instilled confidence, hope in women who have been stigmatized and isolated as a result of cultural stereotypes. However, we still need consistent support. All these initiatives provide essential employable skills, support systems through counseling and academic development in the long term. We seek to use the impact of education and skill training on breaking cycles of poverty and despair, facilitating financial independence through economic empowerment, and reducing over-reliance of government. As we move forward, we would love to explore future collaborations with the Obaasima Foundation, the Office of His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Office of the Vice President, the First Lady, and other stakeholders to further empower Zongo women and girls. Together we can create a brighter future where every individual can thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hajia Samira Mukhtar Safia, I apologize. Hajia Safia Idrisu. She is an educationist, she's a trainer, she's a youth mentor and women's empowerment advocate. And she's currently a facilitator under Ghana TVET and also the head of Home Economics Department at Al Basar Senior High School. She's an entrepreneur and founder of Nurturing Nest Educational Center and National Girl Child Coordinator for Muslim Women in Teaching Ghana. So you see, we have only the best here at Obaasima. Thank you so much, Hajia. We'll also take a goodwill message from Hajia Samira Mukhtar. She's an entrepreneur and real estate developer and a gender advocate as well. So please put your hands together for her.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So my name is Samira, as introduced. I've never done this, but I'm happy to do it. Anyway, so I saw these flyers online and I sent Amma a message that I would like to just come and volunteer because anything to do with girls, I'm really, really passionate about. And also to make it sweeter from the Zongos, because I grew up from the Zongo, just here, Nafiu, opposite this mosque. And today, I can boast of having my own business, even though I have worked with international organizations in Geneva, Switzerland. I just relocated to Ghana and I just decided to do my own thing. I have masters in global finance, but I just decided, okay, now I have kids, I want to manage my own thing. So I just want to encourage each and everyone here that education is never waste. Once your parents are there supporting you, sometimes even if you don't have anyone, trust me, you can do it yourself. I was selling wache when I was at the university. I worked with Stambik, I left Stambik, got married, and today I own my own businesses. So I'm just here to encourage each and every one of you that you can do it. It doesn't matter your background, where you are coming from, you can do it. Okay, young ladies? So, Obaasima, Amma, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hajia. We are really happy to have you, and you're welcome to the Obaasima family. Please put your hands together for Hajia one more time. Right, at this juncture, I'd like to also acknowledge some of our sponsors who are doing the Lord's work, making sure that we are running. It's been so many years putting together the Obaasima summits that we have annually, and even though we are looking for more sponsors, it's only proper that we acknowledge those who are already on board. Our official beverage sponsors for this particular event, we have Verna Natural Mineral Water. Please put your hands together. And also we are going to be refreshed with some Bigo drinks. So please put your hands together for them. We have McBerry biscuits. And then we also have Kivo Gary. Let me also, oh no, Kivo products. Why are you so excited? Oh wow. All this for Kivo. Kivo, please, you need to bring big sponsorship. This one, you see, oh, you need to give us big sponsorship. See how they are excited about Kivo products. Oh wow. It's because of the secondary schoolers. You like Gary Pan. Okay, please put your hands together for Kivo and encourage them to bring more money. Okay, thank you very much. Let me also acknowledge some of the foundations that are here present. We have Mujahid Charity Foundation, we have Yaptasim Foundation, we have Shades of Muslima, we have the Light Up Foundation, Empower by Highness, We Will Do Foundation, Safari Foundation, we have Hijab Teens Ghana, and we'll be acknowledging the rest as we progress with the program. But at this juncture, let me invite to the podium a spoken word from Rabiatu Muhammad. Please put your hands together for her.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Rabiat Muhammad, a level 200 pharmacy student of University of Ghana. And I'm here to present to you something real, something raw. A spoken word piece titled Perfect Imperfections. Please do enjoy. I logged into Facebook, Twitter, and Insta, scrolled through the pages of Nicki, Kim Kardashian, and Ariana, Wendy Shay, Hajia Foro, and Nadina. Enthused, I kept going through, enjoying the fiesta. Then I looked in the mirror and saw my reflection. Simple girl, epitome of imperfection. Big waist, acne, freckles, body shape, that scar. A total misconception. With this, I made a wrong decision. One which led to my destruction. These celebs I saw as inspiration were just reflections created with careful narration. Upon realization, it boosted my adrenaline. If you still think you are too small, then your thinking is very wrong. You are more than you could ever imagine. Your flaws, your imperfections, they are fascinating, a form of identification. You are adorable, not despite, but because of them. Come out of your shells. Auntie Jamila, be unapologetically you, because you are special too. Let your confidence swell up. Believe in yourself and build up. Accept your flaws. Why? Because your imperfections are perfectly imperfect. Thank you.
Gary has competition. Please put your hands together one more time for him. Right, I think we're already having such a swell time. We're having an absolutely amazing time here at the Obaasima Zongo dialogue. Can we please be silent? Thank you. So we want to get started with our program officially for today. So allow me to call our very special guests who are here present with us and who are going to be doing the Lord's work, speaking about reimagining the future for today's women. They are going to be digesting this particular, theme and making us understand what the challenges are, but not just the challenges, but how to address them. One of the most important things about this particular dialogue The reason why we call it a dialogue is not just for our speakers to mount this podium and talk and give you a lecture. We actually want to encourage you to also participate, want to encourage you to also ask questions if you have any, and if you just have contributions as well, there will be an opportunity for you to do that. So let's set the ball rolling. First on our list is Dr. Miriam Rahinatu Idrisu. She is the policy advisor on social sector at the office of the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajima. Please put your hands together. Also with us today is Madam Tracy Owusu Ado. She is the founder for Brave Foundation, and she is also going to be speaking and helping us digest this particular theme. We're happy to have you, Ma'am. I think this is her second or third time being on our Obaasima platform. We are third time being on our platform, and we are happy that every time she shows up, she makes an impact. She does a lot of work when it comes to young ladies, especially in the...
Don't Tax My Period is simply a movement for to remove. Currently, there's a tax on sanitary pad, which is something that is a necessity for every girl child or young woman. And so the Don't Tax My Period movement is just to push for government to take off taxes from all sanitary products. That's just...
Awesome. Thank you so much. Need I remind you that in 2023,
for this conversation, it's always exciting to be in the presence of young people, the future leaders, our potential. You have a lot incubated in you, and it will be my very pleasure to help you unearth, discover, and be able to live to your fullest potential. Before we go to whatever I've prepared for, I learned and picked up two things: co-creation, and that was by the poet who talked about co-creation, and it's always important to co-create. We can't do this, empower women, without involving men. So I was glad when co-creation was added to the poets. So please, this is a journey that we have to go along with men. The emphasis, unfortunately, is on women because most of the burden of the negativity of our social issues affects women than men. The burden of and the evidence of pregnancy is on women. The burden and evidence of child marriage is on women. The burden and evidence of sexual and gender-based violence is on women. So I just want you to know that in co-creating and coming up with solutions, we cannot leave our men outside of this conversation. Women do not get pregnant alone. Two people have an activity, but the evidence is on one, and exactly why the focus and the concentration is usually on the woman. But then, without men, we can't get to our destination. I want us to do some little exercise. I want you to try to give us the gender of some things I'm going to mention. A doctor, what's the gender of a doctor? Is it a male or a female? What's the gender of a footballer? What's the gender of a gossip? What's the gender of a vulgarizer? What's the gender of a vulcanizer? What's the gender of 419? What's the gender of a cook? What's the gender of a nurse? Great. So this exercise is called stereotyping, an oversimplified definition, tag given to a person or an activity. I'm glad that a lot of you said both. And what it means is that it takes skills, it takes talent, it takes learning to be able to achieve all of these professions that I have tried to list. And nothing should stop any of us to be able to achieve our highest potential. If it's both, why haven't I ever seen a female vulcanizer? Anyway, so what I just want to encourage all of us is that once it's a skill, it's learned, and we can be able to do and do it well. For a lot of the young mothers who are here, how does it feel like being examined by a male gynecologist? How does it feel like? I recall the first time I had an infection, my mom sent me to a male gynecologist. I was obsessed throughout the day, and she asked me why. I said I didn't understand why the man asked me to undress. And she said the man was just doing his job, but the discomfort of it. I have done development work in the last 20 years, and I've seen that as a country, we have transitioned a lot. Growing up as a young girl, born, bred, and battered in a Muslim-dominated Tamale, it was difficult to see men around the antenatal, men around the hospital. But today, when you go, you find men anxiously waiting to celebrate their children. We have made progress, but we still have a long way to go. So let's give it up to the men. Growing up in Tamale, it was difficult to see a man cycling a child to school. But today, you find men who have 2, 3 children on a motorcycle sending their kids to school. Let's give it up for the men. What am I shifted towards? There is a lot that we can do. I'm a gender expert, and I have done this work for a long time. The challenge is that when men refuse to participate in what in gender we call the reproductive role. We have the productive role, that is what we all do to bring income to the house. Then we have the reproductive role, that is rearing and taking care of the house. And in that space, a lot of men are absent. I always tell young people that the power to nourish your own self shouldn't be given to another person. We were all here during the COVID. Granted, your wife was sick. Granted, your wife was hospitalized or even had COVID. Were the children going to starve to death simply because you didn't know how to cook? Listening to a documentary in Kenya recently, a lot of women now bring their mothers to the city to help with child rearing. The first time I visited my big sister in the UK during my undergrad, I was like, but why is it that you always bring our mom here? You never bring our daddy to also come and enjoy this place. Staying with her 2 weeks, I appreciated that. Of course, when your daddy comes to live with you, he's going to add multiple burdens to the burden that you are going through. Because by the time you come from work, your mom would have bathed the children, your mom would have cooked, your mom would have cleaned up, but your father will cross up waiting for you to bring him water to drink. So if you were to make a selection of the two, who will you select? So what I'm drawing on is that it is time for us in this century that we learn to do certain things. At least COVID has told us that we have to empower the men also to be able to take responsibility of their lives. Like I said, I was born, bred, and battered in Tamale. The fact that you find yourself in the empty nest period, men die early. The fact that you are going to just pick water, draw your own water to go and bath, not to give to another person, is enough to give you blood pressure. The fact that you are going to warm your own food and eat is enough to give you blood pressure. So when you learn some of these things, I'm building on the co-creation model. I didn't say it, your young person said it. And you are part of the empowerment journey. So I want to dwell a bit on the men. One is a skill, it's a talent. I think that now I see a lot of the young girls in the mechanic science industry doing a lot of learning. But I also see a lot of the men doing betting, doing other negative things that is not complementing the hard work and the efforts of our young girls. So this is food for thought for us. And for our young girls, I'm glad somebody shared her story that she has a master's, she worked outside the country. Another is a graduate and is a teacher. Please, the sky is the beginning. There's a lot ahead of us. Marriage is just part of the process. Marriage is not a profession. It's not a destination. It's not an ambition. In countries like India, you don't plan, you don't do, you just a rite of passage. You get to that stage and you continue living your life. So I want to use this platform to encourage you to do whatever you can, just as you feel uncomfortable being touched by a male gynecologist. How many of you want to close that gap? Because in the Islamic countries, I have traveled enough to know and have seen. There's no way a male doctor will take care of a female patient. There's no way a female patient will take care of a male doctor, vice versa. Please, if they don't have the professionals, how are they able to manage these systems? Don't let culture, don't let religion be a drawback. Because I have been to conferences where I meet Muslim professors and they are up there doing amazing things. Probably the next time I'll get a video or two, then you look at it, then we'll have a conversation around it. So on this note, I want to say that the next time I come here, like, was it Tracy or the one who gave the opening address? the sky is the beginning. I want to hear you put out ambitious professions, things that would make a difference in the country. If today we have a vice president who is a woman, then you can do better than that. And for the young boys, it is very, very critical for you to support your young colleagues, your young sisters. Intelligence is not a man. Money is not a man. That's not a gender. God in his wisdom has decided to deposit whatever he chooses in people. And this intelligence could be a woman. I recall listening to, I usually have time to, I'm not a social media person, but I'm curious about a few things. Law students graduating, medical students graduating. And in one, I think 2016 batch, Rollins was there. One single medical student took 16 awards out of the 21 awards. A young lady. The question is, where is she? Is she a medical director? Is she Minister for Education? You listen to students passing out of the law school. The best passing law student, a woman. The best whatever. GBA president. I think for the first time in Ghana, we've recorded a female as a president of GBA. Let's give it up for her. So to my young ladies, whatever that will be a barrier to your destination, please take it out. I've had interaction, horrific interaction. I was developing the country document for UNICEF on child marriage. After doing it, I remember that the children that were involved weren't engaged. So can we have a session with children so that we can get their views on it? So in one of the sessions, a young person asked me, Doc, what do you have to say if your boyfriend invites you to come for an iPhone? Then you get your boyfriend sleeps with you, doesn't give you the iPhone, then his friend also sleeps with you, and still you do not get the iPhone. My colleague nearly died of epilepsy. I told her that if you react like this, the young people won't talk. Let's allow them to talk. But what are we arriving at? Before the session, I asked her, what do you want to do? And she said she wants to be a lawyer. So my question to her was that, so the process of becoming a lawyer, where does the iPhone fit in? Then she was quiet. Plus or minus iPhone, I think that you can be a lawyer. So let's focus on our destination. Let's get good destinations for ourselves and don't let anything distract you. On this note, thank you.
What we are going to do for her, please let's do that. And Dr. Miriam Rahinato Idrisu is a policy advisor on social sector at the Office of the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. What were your thoughts on the submissions? This is a point where we want to take some of your comments or contributions. Anybody? Very important themes have been raised in relation to our development and progression as young women. And I think it's only right for us to hear what you think as well. Some of you were nodding when the iPhone conversation came up. Why are you suddenly quiet? Or we should call Kibo Gary. That's the only thing that excites you. But I think it's very important, especially for us as Zongo women, girls who come from that part of the country. The competition is not really about, career advancements and so on and so forth. It's literally about who is getting married and who is buying yai this Sunday. So what is the problem? What are the actual conversations that we want to have? Because really, when we go to school, we are told that, all we are will only come down to our last names. You get to 25, and they are looking at you a certain way at home, like there's something wrong with this girl. Why isn't she married? If you start to have conversations about education and career, if you're not careful, your mom will be upset with you because she thinks that you're at that age that you should get married. We love the marriage bit, but can we be more than just that? Can our abilities and our capabilities be, put first before that conversation? Because it's nice to have a partner who is very supportive and will help you every step of the way, but let's not make that the general conversation. I saw a hand up here. Should I pass you the microphone? Oh, you have it? Okay, please. Yeah, please come.
So my question is, how can we engage men and boys in promoting gender equality and changing harmful norms? Thank you.
Yes, I think we should have a microphone in the audience. Anybody can volunteer to do that for us. We have an extra microphone here.
My question is, we are always advocating teenage pregnancy. We always talk to the ladies, but still it is going on in the rural areas. So I want to ask that, how are we going to involve the young men to also help me stop teenage pregnancy? Because it's also going on.
Right, thank you so much. Any other hands?
Okay, I know there's a women's section, women's organization, foundation. She said something about the men engaging in activities that are actually not good for them, but the women are actually doing the right thing these days. I want to ask, is there any platform or organization or foundation where men can also be guided, taught how to do certain things at home? Because in the Zongo community, men are wired to act a certain way, and at the end of the day, they grow up to become people they do not want to. Because recently we did a podcast during our school section, and we found out that most of the guys were saying they didn't have, their parents were absent. Their parents actually were focusing on the female instead of the male child. And I think we should give room to the male child too, because they need it.
I think we can take two more and then we make progression.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, I want to say something small based on what Honorable Miriam said. With regards to the iPhone, I witnessed this in Zongo. A friend of mine bought iPhone 14 for his girlfriend, and someone bought a phone cover. Then back. So I was like, how? So please, I want to give out some questions based on that incident. So, what are some common challenges women can face in societies or communities that leads to such impact? How can someone buy a phone and someone will buy a 20 series cover, then back? How? Like how? So my question is, what are some common challenges women face in communities or industry? And also, how can we work together to break down these barriers? And my third question is, what's one thing you wish people understand about women's experiences? Thank you very much.
Please, we take one more and then we can make progress.
Assalamu alaikum. So my question is it really okay for any gender to pursue any career, including urologist and gynecologist? Can a man be a gynecologist and a woman be a urologist?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Is it really okay for any gender to pursue any career, including urologist and gynecologist?
Okay, outrightly I'll say yes, but I'm not in the position to answer any of the questions, so I'll refer you back to our very esteemed speaker.
Yeah, so I'll start with the fifth question. Being a urologist and a gynecologist. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so they are both professions and it's about passion. I had a colleague in Burkina Faso who set out to be a medical doctor, but it got to a point his emotions weren't strong enough, so he had to divert and become a nutritionist. When it got to examination of female patients, he couldn't withstand it. So urologist is about the genitals of men and anything that has to do with their productive and reproductive organs and all of that. It's a skill. If you have what it takes to take it up, I think that nothing would bar you from advancing or taking up the profession of being a urologist. But the statistics in Ghana speaks in favor of more females going into gynecologists, and I'll be more than happy to support a few if you want to become a gynecologist. Yeah. Then the fourth question was on phone case and phone or something. I think that this present generation lacks focus, lacks direction, lacks purpose. No matter what the mosque, the church, the school teaches and directs you, as an individual, you should have a purpose. You should have a destination that every day you are competing with yourself to outdo your own self. It appears what adults tells you doesn't sink much until you are involved in some chaotic challenge, then you learn. You do not learn only through chaotic experiences. You learn from others and from our homes. We've all seen it. We all have them there. Those who have dropped out of school, those who have taken to drinking, those who are into drugs, those who married early. We all have them in our families. You don't need to experience it to be able to tell your story. You might not be lucky to tell your story. So let's get our priorities right. As an individual, everybody has an iPhone and you don't have, so what? Everybody has a boyfriend and you don't have, and so what? Everybody has a girlfriend and you don't have. Everybody is wearing, I'm not a fashion-oriented person. Everybody is doing everything and you are not doing it, and so what? Like I said, God in His wisdom deposited some talent in everybody. All you have to do is to discover that talent. The person who does my hair, I'm in dreadlocks, is a man. He does it so well. I travel all the way from Abokebi to Tema just to let this guy do my hair for me, because, and I can imagine the stigma that this guy had to go through, starting to learn how to do his hair. And the same men who laugh at him, and even some women who laugh at him, now text, call, and beg for money. Yet when they say come and learn, you say it's a feminine trade. Please discover the same thing that I might use 10 hours to do. You might use an hour to do that. Then you realize that that is your strength. God didn't make anybody stupid. Just discover yourself. Know yourself. The same thing that has been taught. Someone will use 30 minutes and grabs it, and even doesn't even need to read it. After lectures, the person has been taught. Someone will use 30 minutes and grabs it, and even doesn't even need to read it. After lectures, the person is good to go. But once you discover that you need 10 hours to be able to grab the same thing that has been taught, when that 30 minutes person has finished and is going to fool around, don't follow the person, because you know that you need 10 hours. And that means that you know, you are focused, you are determined, you know where you are going to. So I think that should answer the question. Then organization mentoring men. Yes, there are a few organizations that mentor men. But then, just like any other mentorship, the responsibility lies on the family. the church, the mosque, the school is only playing a complementary role. The responsibility lies with parents, with our families. You have younger siblings and cousins. You have learned something today. How do you share? At least some time ago, you even get men to talk about, even mention the name menstrual period, you won't do it. What is the point in this exposure in your education if you are not able to? And that's why I would give Amma Pratt another round of applause. Give it to her. If you can't replicate thousands of yourself, then you haven't done society any good. Whatever you learn, you have to make sure that you are a teacher. You've been able to create 10 teachers. You are a mason. You'll be able to create 10 more masons. Wherever you are, make sure that you empower others. And that is how the legacy is supposed to be. So there are organizations I would connect with Mamiama to share that with you. And like I said, it lies on the family. We need to rethink how we raise the boy child. And it starts from the family. Fortunately for me, growing up in Tamale, my father was Muslim. But we did all the chores. My brother even sweated from the mindset. I think I've said it indirectly. Changing the mindset. Recently, we had a conversation on Mother's Day with a cross-section of young people. Then a Kaya Ye girl shared her story. 15 years. She was forced into marriage at 10 years. Somehow, she escaped, came to Accra to get herself into Kaya. They got her back at age 12. She has a baby who is 3 years. She's now 15 years. After telling her story, the man was angered, came and abducted the lady back. Age 15. We've worked with Dosu to get the girl back. What is the mindset? What is the power behind this action? I think that we have to relook at things differently. Sometimes it's so painful. You go into a community, you identify smart girls, looking forward to help them. The next time you go, they are married, they have children, they are pregnant. And it's like you are intentionally or deliberately targeting the smart ones. So we definitely have to start having a male conversation, a male conference, and to talk to parents, to look at this mindset differently. Countries like Gambia, Sierra Leone, rape is like a way of life. And one day, I just had a conversation with one of my staff. She was so enraged. So when I got down, I apologized to her. So later, one of them came to also apologize to me for the outburst of the staff. So the explanation was that during the war, about 95% of women were raped. So when I brought the issue of rape, it brought a lot of bad memories to her. So I apologize for it. But the question is, why would any man do that? So it's time to have some conversation with parents, with men, and for you to know that some of these things, intelligence, money, a lot of things are not deposited only in men. God decides to share his talent based on whatever he chooses to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think that it's very important that we have these conversations, and she's pretty much summed up, all of the questions that you have asked. But right at this point, we are going to call on Babanjama. I see your hand up. You want to ask a question? Can can you please hold on for us? There's going to be an opportunity for us to have an open forum and have discussions and ask questions. But in order not to make the program drag, let's try as much as possible to make progress. Let's take a quick break here, have some musical performance or musical interlude by Babanjama. Is he ready for us? I think we've been sitting for a very long time. We need to shake it up a bit, and then we can continue. You guys are excited? There's Azan, call to prayer, and you're happy to listen to music. Aren't you going to pray? Anyway, Babanjama, are you ready for us?
Allez, faut ouvrir. Kibita, jega bakra, jega ba.
Masizaki Yesu Izakasamu Masizaki Yesu Adia Shamima, I see you. Mr. Nidhi, do the song. Kuya kumosa kiki kadan. Aba de oh baba Allahu babu katai make mu jabba babu triya ina darayo oh baba lokacin sallah kai sai sa har da teburi kafin mu haka ko mun shi ci gaba.
I will advise our youth that they should stop normalizing the word sex. They should always remember, close your legs so that you don't have such cases. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. For this round, we'll have Harriet Nati answering some of our questions. We hope she's listening. The Harriet Nati. We hope you're listening because you'll be answering some of our questions as a member of our academy as well. So, the microphone. There are some few hands behind.
So I actually wanted to make a contribution. A lady was asking about career, whether both genders can offer any career of their choice. So I just wanted to say, as a Muslim or according to Islam, there are actually some career opportunities. As a female and as a male, you are not supposed to do that. Islam actually doesn't encourage a man to be a gynecologist. And then before you get to know all this, it's very good for you to learn both secular knowledge and then also your religion. It's very important because even in the Quran, it was said that you should seek knowledge even if you have to travel to China. So I think it's very important, whilst you are doing your secular knowledge, you should also force yourself to get to know more about your religion and then your deen. Thank you.
you very much for your question. Any other questions? It looks like there are more hands.
So I was going to say that we should introduce sex education topics in our schools. From a very typical Muslim home, sex is a topic my mom would shy away from. Even when I heard it from school and I wanted to know about it, as a Muslim, I don't know whether it's Islamic, we're not supposed to, but she didn't want to talk about it. I got to know those informations outside. And it wasn't really nice that our parents wouldn't want to talk or do any education on sex education. Like, tell us, if you do this and this and that, this will end you here. And then when it comes to sex education too, I also think that women or men should be educated about birth controls. They should have an idea of what birth control, because these days you go to the hospitals and then you will find out that a lot of young ladies are contracting HIV, herpes, and then a whole lot of diseases because they have no idea about this sexual transmitted disease, which they could have avoided if they had used either protections and other stuff. Maybe, I'm not saying they should have sex, but have a fair idea of their sexual, even for married women who do not want to, for maybe they want to enjoy their marriage till they give birth, they should know about birth controls, and then when they are ready, they could go off it. I believe sexual education should be taught in schools, at home, and then foundations, yeah.
Right, thank you very much. I understand where you're coming from with that conversation, because really in the Zongo communities, it's really difficult to have, conversations around sex with your parents. It's sort of seen as, a certain way. So a lot of you coming from that side, I understand where you're coming from with the conversation. Even things like menstruation, it's really difficult to open up and have these conversations. But I think it's very important that you bring that conversation up. So this is a safe space where we're going to have all those difficult conversations, the things that bother us the most. So it's important for us to raise things that we think we do not understand and share our experiences as well, because it is in sharing your experience that other people will also, be inspired to speak up. Any more hands? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I would like to contribute more as a teacher and as a national president for Muslim women in teaching Ghana. I think Muslim women in teaching, we are duly represented, because anything concerning women, girls, we are there. But I would like to use this opportunity to plead with Obaasima Foundation that I think is a time we collaborate. We started and we saw that the work is not for one-man job. I happened to have a meeting with the gender minister and Switzerland ambassador, and this woman raised a very, very serious issue about our men. What are we doing to them? We have a fashion center training the girls, and sometime a man will call me that I want my wife not to come there, and she has come. And the next time you allow my wife there, I'll come and bend down the place. Yes. And these men, I don't blame them, because we are only dealing with the girls. They also need some education. Sometimes I ask myself, how are we going to get these men to talk to them? Because such a person, I cannot go and talk to him. He will slap me. But if there's an organization that we can also put them, we can go there and talk to them. Because as we are talking to the women, the girls to become good wives, good this and that, and when you leave the men behind, believe me, there's no way you can say you were a doctor, you were a nurse, you don't need a man in your life. You need them. You need them. Even if you have the whole world money, you need a man. You go and marry. And when you get married and you get that troublesome man who did not get this education, no amount of strong woman you are, he will draw you back. So I think we need to pick them. We need to go with them. We shouldn't just do with the women, the girls, but the men too. Please, let's bring them on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hajia. Any more contributions? Let's take one more thing here.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Yes, so I have heard so many contributions and they are very, very insightful. But what I want to say is, All the times we are telling girls to close their legs to avoid teenage pregnancies. And I believe it is something great, something good. But we should also note that not all teenage pregnancies are as a result of girls opening their legs, but are as a result of somebody forcing their legs opened. So we should also talk to our boys or our men. It shouldn't always be about girls closing their legs, but we should also tell our boys or our men, please be respectful. When a lady says no, just leave her and all that. Thank you.
Can we quickly take some answers from Doc and then we make progress?
Yeah, so starting with the last comment. Is that okay? Yeah. So I want to use this platform to encourage you that sexual and gender-based violence is not permitted by this country. Anytime you are forced to open your legs, there's a short code I'll share with you. You call and report. Nobody should force you to open your legs against your will. Report whoever that person is. So there's a short code for that. Then the concern about teenage pregnancy and all of that. Yes, we are overemphasizing on the girl child, like I said. The evidence of two people having an activity is on one person. So once you are informed, you are empowered, then you take better decisions. Most of you are taking advantage of contraceptives that has serious future ramifications, especially there's this contraceptive, emergency one. You are supposed to take it once a year. Just once a year. But a lot of you are taking it like any other pill. And it has serious implications on your health. I keep making reference to religion because you are beautifully dressed here. Like I said, born, bred, and buttered in Tamale. Growing up, you couldn't wear certain things out. Nobody will even tell you that you are not properly dressed. You feel the discomfort, and you go back and dress rightly. Today, what do we see when you go to the same Tamale? The kind of dresses that young people would wear in the name of fashion. God is a perfectionist. God is not a confused God. God didn't make any mistake by putting the vagina in that corner. God didn't make a mistake. So you don't make sex casual and come and tell us that it's very normal. It's not casual, and that's why God, in his wisdom, decided to locate the vagina in that corner. And you have to go through some processes to be able to assess that corner. So don't make it normal and tell us that it's very normal. Starting somewhere, you can always start. You are starting today, right now. Whoever it is that you are dating, having a conversation with, from today, from this evening, if he comes and he sees you reading, if he comes and you raise some conversation on politics, on religion, you do that 3 times, I'm sure that he would also have a change of mindset. So you can start from right now that you are going to do things differently. You are going to prioritize yourself and your destination. Start right now. So I think that I have tried to answer most of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There were a few more hands before. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I have the microphone. My name is Adama Hussein, and this is my twin sister, Hawa. We are privileged to be at the Obaasima Zongo dialogue. Yes. So this is my submission, honestly speaking. I've been going for Obaasima summit. One was hosted on our campus last 2 years ago at GIG. And I was there, I listened to everything. But what really brought me here today was the Zongo, name, right? Because I'm interested and I want to know what really transpires here. This is what I have to say. In Hausa, they say Budaidu, which means eye has opened in English. Now, if there is a young woman here or a young girl here or a young lady like me who thinks that, oh, I have a lot of problems. There is this, there is gender stereotype, there is gender disparity, there is this where I cannot become what I want to become. It's a lie. Ido ya bude. Let me speak in Hausa so that you get it well. Bude ido. Menene bude ido? Shini chigaba. A woman can become a nurse. A woman can become a doctor. A woman can become everything so far as she wants to become. And it doesn't even matter the family. Sometimes the family is important, but hey, so far as you want it, it is your fight. That is why it's what Obaasima. It's a long fight. So Idoya Bude, it's not the yayi you do every weekend that is the Bude Ido. No, there is more to that. We have to shift away from where we've come from. The poverty is too much. Do we still want to remain there? The lack of knowledge, the ignorance. We are not well informed as people. Do we still want to remain there as young women? And we are the pinnacle of change. The moment you change, your children also will change. And everyone will be inspired. Everyone will be respect. Everyone will respect you. Your parents, everyone will respect you. Just do it and do it for yourself. I don't want to talk too much because I'm passionate about what I'm just saying. But to conclude, I want to say it doesn't matter where you come from. Zongo, we have other communities that are even deprived than Zongo communities. I know that. But there are a few people that are doing well for themselves. The few people among here, let's be the change in our own life for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Salma Ibrahim, and I'm also a student at the Unimac IG. So my question, and when Doc was speaking, she mentioned that a lot has changed. We've shifted from a lot of things. The male are included in most of the things the female do. Yes, indeed, a lot have changed, but there is still a lot for us to do. Now, my question is, how can we engage the community leaders, the chiefs, the imams? Because myself, I have a relative who is a youth leader, and whenever I go home, the only question he asks me is, hey, you've grown, when are you bringing a man home? And this is a community leader. He has people under him. So imagine the kind of people he's going to influence with this thought, not encouraging you to go to school, but rather asking you, when are you getting married? So my question is, how can we engage our community leaders, the chiefs, the imams, our fathers, so that they can also push us achieve what we want to achieve in our lives? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's why we carefully curated the speakers that you see here today, because most of them, or some of them, actively work with people from the Zongo communities like Tracy, and some of them themselves have come from that background. You see here beautifully represented Shamima Muslim, who a lot of you are looking forward to hear from. She'll share her experiences on how she's overcome many of these barriers that comes with being, a Zongo girl or coming from that side as well. So rest be assured that all your questions will be answered, and all the mind-boggling things that's on your mind will be addressed as well. So I saw another hand.
So just a little contribution, please. My young ladies, most of you in SHS getting to the uni, please focus. Always focus. Back at school, I was the type who used to go in for stay back. I know you guys who know stay back. I used to go for stay back because I knew what I want. After my wasi, when I came home, my dad said one thing to me, Akila, if you fail, I don't have any money to put it in any envelope to give it to anyone. Better steady up. And then I was there, my brother called me to if you fail, you will rewrite. But all thanks to Allah, when I wrote, my results was good. I came out good. I look upon many people like Mrs. Tracy Ado, because she's a role model to me, and I like the way she is. Please, let's look for people. Let's look for mentors. Hear from others' story. Probably where she is today, she wasn't here. She was somewhere before she came here. Let's try to learn from them. There's a lot to go, so that one day you can also sit there and tell a story. Thank you very much.
All right, my name is Ruka Ibrahim, and my question is, ladies are always taking contraceptives and going for taking drugs and so many things not to get pregnant. My question is, why is it that ladies are taking all those things? Don't we have some things for men to also take to prevent unwanted pregnancy? Is it ladies that we're supposed to take all those drugs and go for injections and other stuff? Everything is on us. Ladies doing this to prevent pregnancy, ladies taking this for... Please, is there anything for men to also do, even if for surgery? Or ladies, am I lying? Even if for surgery, they should help us so that we will all help each other. Thank you.
Please, this is to Miss Shamima, Miss Tracy, and then Dog, please. As a young girl, I didn't have a mother grooming, so I always looked up to an external love outside. And it's hard when you don't have a mom to go to and to talk to, because it's heartbreaking. I want you guys to open your platform for young girls that will need guidance, because the world is very scary for young girls like us. And it's hard when we go out there with the world without our parents. Yeah, they said when you need a mother, that's all, but we both need our fathers and mothers, and it's very hard for me when I was navigating the world without both parents in my life. It's so hard. I'm sorry I'm crying, but I think, please, you guys should open your room, because there were times I saw people I thought could actually groom me. I went to them. They didn't groom me. They just shoved me aside. These were prominent people I looked up to. I thought they could help me because I was a young girl. I felt like I had potential. I need them in my life. Even if they can't be there 24/7, at least their thoughts, their protection, whatever they would say to me would be a guidance to navigate the world. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. This is our safe space. It's okay to cry. We'll figure it out together. Sometimes it's really difficult, and what we really need is someone to hold your hands, pat you on the shoulder, and tell you that you're not alone. And so Obaasima Academy is telling you that you're not alone. After this, please see me or see any of those you see wearing the Obaasima Academy shirt, so we can sign you up for the Obaasima Academy mentorship program. And to all of you here as well who are just like here trying to figure out how to get to your destination, that is the reason why we have the existence of the Obaasima Foundation and the entire Obaasima project. Reach out to us. We are here to help you every step of the way, and we have amazing women and mentors who will help groom you to become what you want to become in future. This is our safe space. Feel free to talk about the things that bother you, and we'll both figure it out. So thank you for sharing your experience with us. Any other contributions?
Please, to add up to what my sister was saying, she's not alone. I want to ask this question. Is there a platform or maybe a group of women who they call themselves maybe guide mothers, who can help us? It's not about money. Sometimes
there is money to help you, but you need a mother to guide you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doc, please, those of us coming in, can we please take our seats so we continue with the program? We are far behind time, so if you're done with your salad, please come in and then take your seat so we can continue with the program. Kindly, those at the door, if you could please come and take your seats, we'll be very happy. Thank you.
To the last two concerns and requests, do we know the Medina MP? Honorable Sosu, right? He's one of you. He also grew up from the orphanage, and that wasn't a barrier to become an MP. Yes, we understand that the unspoken words of a hug, the unspoken gesture of just having a figure, a mother figure listening to you is important. I want to assure you that you are at the right platform and we are all available to give you the support that you need. Don't use this as a barrier not to live your best. People have living dead parents. People are living with fathers that abuse them sexually. People have fathers who are drunkards. People have mothers that they can't even talk to. It's not always what you think it is. I want to use this opportunity to encourage you that the only person that has unflinching support and love for all of us is God. And once you have God on your side, I don't think you should be discouraged. Yes, we are available and we'll go the extra mile to give you the maternal support that you need. Then the issue of contraceptive being so feminine. Exactly why we are having this conversation. We want to see a lot of you going into the sciences. It's a male-dominated field. So if they are producing the contraceptives, they are doing and pushing it on you. The only condom that they are supposed to use, they've even come out with a female condom. So once we have a lot of you going into the sciences, then you would also come up with innovations that would also target the men to be. But as we sit today, apart from vasectomy, there is nothing that would prevent men from producing or having children. So we are pushing that responsibility on you to take up the sciences, come up with some interventions that would also be focused on the men to also protect themselves. I think that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc, for doing justice to most of the questions that has been raised or have been raised. I see that a lot more of us have joined, and it's only right for us to continue with the program. Let me remind you that this is the Obaasima Zongo dialogue happening here at the Kanda National Mosque and at the auspices of the Obaasima Foundation, which has been in existence for the past 6 years and counting. Executive Director Mami Amaprat is here present with us, and we are grateful that all of you have made time to join us for this very important conversation and discussion. The first of its kind. We haven't had any conversations that border around the Zongo communities, I think, but this is an opportunity for us to meet and talk about most of the things that you're talking about. I'm happy that you're sharing your most vulnerable points talking about the things that's on your heart. And we have very capable speakers here. They have a lot of experience and they have gone through most of the things that you are going through currently. So they will help you every step of the way. And to those of you that I mentioned earlier, please do well to reach out to any of the ushers that you see wearing the Obaasima shirt so that you can join the Obaasima Academy, and we'll be here every step of the way to help you, to hold your hands and to tell you that you can do, you can be, you can achieve, and you can take the mantle, because you really can do, so long as you set your mind to it. Many thanks for joining us back here. To those of you who just went to answer the call of Azan, may your prayers be answered. Ami, thank you very much. At this point, I'd like for us to continue our program with our next speaker, who was here as early as, 8:30? Thank you so much. We love you. We appreciate you. We appreciate the goodies you are giving to us as well. She's none other than Tracy Owusu-Addo. She is the founder of the Brave Foundation, and she's here to speak to us on the theme, Reimagining the Future for Today's Woman. Please put your hands together.
Assalamu alaikum. I think I need to sit down for this. Honestly, coming here this morning, I don't want to cry because we've had two of our ladies already shed a few tears, and it's really made me emotional. I want to thank you, Amma, really, again, for actually encouraging me to come here, show up today. The CEO of Obaasima, Amma, called me, I think last month, ending of last month, and she said, Tracy, where have you been? What are we doing? I was like, Amma, why? Please, leave me alone. She said she had a lot of projects lined up, this being one of them. And she wanted me to be on all of them. And I was like, Amma, please, I can't. But I've never been to the Zongo community. So this would be something that I think I would love to do. So I'll appear for this one. Lo and behold, yesterday, I called her around 4 or 5 p.m. because I was looking at the lineup of women who were going to be speaking. I saw some really big names. Honestly, I got cold feet. I was like, Amma, all these women are in politics. And me, Tracy, you want me to come and talk here too? She's like, no, you need to come. I was like, Amma, I feel like I'm out of my depth here. So please, maybe I should do the campus one instead of the Zongo one. She's like, no, you have to come. And I was like, okay. So that's how I showed up here. And honestly, coming here too, I wouldn't deny that I had preconceived notions. One of my very best friends is actually a Muslim. Shout out to her, Halima Sadia. I didn't think coming here, some of the topics that we've listened to or heard right now, I didn't think that being here and looking at some of the societal and cultural barriers and stigma, that a lot of our young women here would express some of the concerns that they have expressed, be it menstrual hygiene, sexual reproductive health, all of those things, And that's actually my expertise. That's what I've been doing for the past 4 or 5 years now, educating our young women on these topics, because I feel like if we have the tools and the knowledge to empower ourselves and protect ourselves, that is more powerful than anything, especially our bodies. And I had prepared a whole speech about encouragement and dreaming, your goals, setting boundaries, and all of those things. But I think I would want to rather talk about sexual reproductive health. Yesterday was World Menstrual Hygiene Day. We went into the community. We partnered with the Jatata Foundation, that's Honorable Sam George Foundation. We went to a senior high school in Ningo Pram, and that's how we had some of the pads that we gave out there. We thought we would reserve a few and give it to you here. And also the education we had there about sexual reproductive health. But before I go into that topic, I think I need to ask for permission. I need to ask the elders here if I'll be allowed to go and delve into this topic and actually demonstrate, because I have still some of the stuff. Contraceptives that we normally use or women use when it comes to this topic. So I feel like I need to ask for permission to be able to do that before I can. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. As I said, one of my very good friends, Halima Sadia, she's probably one of the most resilient women I know, and that's how I see a lot of women from the Islamic community. I have so many things that I admire about you people. Your modesty, your family values, your faith, you know? And I remember one time I told her, next time I come into this earth, I hope I'm a Muslim. Yeah, because I really do value those things. Family is so important to me. My kids, my husband, my mother, my extended family, because I believe they are people who really pour into us and make us who we are. So if you're fortunate enough to actually have someone in that space who encourages you, pours into you emotionally, shows you the way, I think that's one of the best gifts you can have as a woman, you know? So Amma, again, this thing that you're doing, please never stop, because coming here today, it really shows the importance, like the need, the impact of what you are doing. Okay. So what should I start with? Do you want to hear menstrual hygiene first, or should we go to contraceptives? Because I don't want it to also be long. We have a few other speakers. What should we do? Menstrual hygiene or contraceptives? Contraceptives. I think let's do the contraceptives. It's short, and then it will build on the menstrual hygiene. Okay, so there are a number of contraceptives that are out there. But please, before I begin, I want you to know that abstinence, not engaging in sexual activity, is the best protection you can ever have. Honestly, because if you look at the way the world is going and the type of diseases that are coming, new ones. Now I hear it's not a sexual disease, but it's called monkeypox. And in the beginning, they were saying it was attributed to gay men. You never know. There are so many things that are happening. So really, abstinence is the best option. But if you are not abstaining, please, we want you to be safe. We want you to be safe out there because there are so many sicknesses. Someone mentioned herpes, chlamydia, hepatitis, gonorrhea, HIV. What else? Syphilis. And some of them cannot be cured. Some can be cured. Herpes cannot be cured, which you can transmit to your kids at some point when you are giving birth and you have a breakout. An innocent child. HIV, we all know. I mean, there have been talks of HIV being curable, but obviously it wouldn't be in the interest of the pharmaceutical industry to actually have a cure for HIV because it's a billion or trillion-dollar industry. I think all the others can be cured, but we don't want it to get there. Okay? So the best option, if you are not abstaining and still engaging in sexual activity, your first option, and you don't have a committed partner, you're not in a committed relationship with someone, please use condoms. Please use condoms. Never let anybody trick you and saying, Udi tofia, roba shehua, enyede. Like, that is, sorry for my language, but that is such a stupid thing to say. You want to put your life, your young life, at risk for just what, 10 minutes? For an iPhone? The iPhone, next year, a new one is going to come out. No, seriously. The iPhone, and next year, a new, better iPhone will come out. So you go, what will you do? After you have contracted the HIVs, the chlamydias, and the gonorrheas, use a condom. Please, we all know how condoms look like. Hey, no judgments, no judgments. It comes in a wrapper. Some people say you have to be careful when you're using them because you never know, someone might poke needles into them. So make sure if you're using a condom as a woman, maybe you can carry one on yourself, making sure that there's no way it's been tampered with in any way. Okay? Second option, the implants. So this one, it's called the implant. Maybe I'll pass it around, or you first look at it. Please, this is not the whole, the thing that works is actually inside here. It's a very small chip. This one is mostly for us women who are married and are not planning to have any more children. Maybe you've had 2 or 3 kids and you're like, that's enough. And you want to control the pace of building a family. So it's like a chip. They put it in your arm here. No one actually knows it's there. You can only know it's there if you pass your finger under your skin. It lasts up to 3 to 5 years. And you can only get this in a clinic compared to the condom. Okay? But this does not protect you from STIs in any sexually transmitted disease. This one is for people who are in committed relationships, that you trust your partner, that he's not going to step outside of that relationship or marriage and bring you something else. And this can only be administered by a doctor. Okay? I'll pass it around. You can have a look. Next one. Okay, this one. Next, we have this. This one, it's a small vial. It's also a contraceptive. It's an injection. And this injection, you get it every 3 months. Okay? This can also only be you can only get this in a clinic with your gynecologist. But there had quite a number of people have side effects on this. Some women complain about gaining weight, nausea, bleeding in between periods. So it's not for everyone. But you only know which one is best for you from all the contraceptives that I'm discussing here when you go and see a doctor. Please do not go to some inquine chain, small shop, because you have heard they do this there, they do that there. You're working with needles. You want to be in a safe place and know that this is being administered by someone who is a professional. Okay? Next, I think some of you may know this. This is the pill, not the emergency pill. Doc mentioned earlier, we have the 72-hour pill, the emergency pill that you guys have been taking. Not you guys, but you know what I mean. Please, I'll reiterate again. It's not meant to be taken after every unprotected sexual intercourse you have with someone and you think you get pregnant. It's meant to be taken only once a year, the emergency pill. Some people will pop it like they would pop these pills, which is daily. You'll be taking those pills 5 years, 6 years, maybe 10 years down the line. You want to start a family, you want to get pregnant, and it's not working. And then you're asking yourself, who is doing this to me? You think your innocent grandmother sitting somewhere in the village, thinking about what she's going to eat, and say she's tying your womb somewhere. But it was all because of your own mistakes. So please, let's avoid those mistakes. The emergency pill is not something to be taken casually. So the contraceptive, the pill, this one, you normally have, some of them are 21, but I think this one is 28. So it mimics a cycle. They are small pills. You take them every day. Give me one so I pass it over on that side. You take it every day. You can't miss it. If you miss a day, you don't have 100% protection. And it's also for people in committed relationships. Because again, it does not protect you from STIs and other sexually transmitted diseases. After the 28 days you take this, you take a pause. I believe it's 5 days or 7 days or so, and then you get a period. Once you get your period, after the pause of 5 days to 7 days, I'm not sure, I haven't taken it in a while, so excuse me. Then you start again from day one, because that's a new cycle. Okay? I hope you're getting me. Okay. This one with a pill, there are different ones. Okay? There are different brands. Each brand and the level of hormones that are in there. So please don't just go to the pharmacy and say, I want the 28-day pill. No, because also with the pill, you can get nauseous, you can have bleeding in between. all sorts of side effects, weight gain, whatnot. So there are different levels of hormones in them for each individual that the doctor would determine which one is best for you. Okay, so don't just go to the pharmacy and say you are buying that. Like the way you go to the pharmacy to go and buy the emergency pill. No. The last but one. This one is the IUD. John, can you please open it? It's an IUD. It's like in a T form. It has copper around it. And this is for women like myself, or Mame, or all the mothers here, who are like, I'm done having children. I don't want to think about contraceptives or counting my dates and knowing when I'm fertile and know when to be fertile and not to engage and all of those things. This lasts 10 years. So what they do is, please, they don't insert this whole thing inside. It's just, this small T thing that you see in there. Okay? And you see the copper around it. So this one, there are some with hormones and some that do not have hormones. This one doesn't have hormones. Okay? It's the copper that works in a way in the womb that it doesn't let a sperm fertilize an egg. It's a much more natural option, I find, because then you don't have to deal with all these hormonal changes, in between bleedings and all of those things. And it's a quite invasive contraceptive because it's inserted inside your womb. So you have to go and see a gynecologist. And as I said, it's 10 years. You can decide to take it out after 4, 2, 3, 5 years if you want. But you have to go to a doctor to have it removed. Okay? So this is what the IUD is. Okay? You can have a look. You can pass it around. And then there's a last one, but that's not usually available here in Ghana. There's one called the patch, and I don't have some here. It's like a plaster. You can put it anywhere, no, but normally they say you can put it on your thigh, on your stomach, and the color is like your skin color, so you can choose. There are different skin color types. You can choose. And that's, you wear it for 7 days. You change every 7 days. After the third 7-day week, you take it off, you don't put it on, and then you have your period. After you have your period, you put it back on again. It's also hormonal, so there are hormones in the plaster when you put it on, and it also protects you from getting pregnant. But as I said, again, for people in committed relationships. Okay? Any questions so far? Yeah.
Please, I want to ask that the one that they also put it on their lab, the one that you're saying is
the
like
plaster.
The plaster.
Yeah.
Does it also have side effects?
Yes. I would say it has. I've used it before. Nausea, but it's different for everybody.
Okay.
Nausea, sometimes in between bleeds. It's quite common, but everyone is different. And as I said, there are different brands. But you wouldn't get that here in Ghana. I've never seen that here. I only saw that in the UK, or when I was living in the UK and I used that. But
the rest of the brand, they are in Ghana?
Yes, so all the other ones I showed you, they're all here. I bought them all here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, please, I would like to know if the contraceptives actually decrease menstrual cramps, because I've heard it before that it's actually it's being given to ladies to actually stop menstrual cramps. I don't know the truth behind
some
it.
brands, yes, like the pill. It helps to like relieve pain. But as I said, I'm not a doctor as well. It's best to see a doctor, a gynecologist, and when you're able to tell them your symptoms of what you have, they can definitely find ways and means to help you when it comes to like menstrual pain and stuff like that.
But can you educate us on, like, do you know if it affects the fertility of a woman?
Yeah.
I don't know, because
I mean, there's some controversy around it that it affects fertility of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously with any medication, there are side effects. But if you look at the percentage in that, from 99% protection to maybe that 0.1% of women who may be affected by it, yes. So I would not negate that it could affect fertility, but that's not the case in most cases. Yeah. So best again to speak to a doctor, and if you are taking the pill or whatever, and sometimes you can even take a break, especially if you know, let's say you are no longer in a committed relationship, you have divorced, whatever, and you don't need a contraceptive. Take a break from it, let your body regulate itself, and then when you need it, you can come back to it again, you know.
Because I'm very passionate about this because of our young ones here.
Yes.
Most of them, you actually remove the pill and the rest, showing it to them. I don't think most of them know the side effects of these things, and they want to go and buy, or go and see someone to buy it for them on their behalf. So
Please.
I think you heard that she will buy one.
Please listen to me. This is not a joke.
Please listen to her, okay?
This is not a joke. We are not giving you this information for you to become promiscuous individuals. When I say promiscuous, do you understand what I mean? It's for you in your later life, when you have dreams and aspirations of what you want to do. You had your elder sister there. A lot of us grow up without mothers or fathers who do not give us the necessary tools to move in a way that will benefit us. So if you have gotten this opportunity today through Obaasima, and you are getting this information, and you decide to turn it around into something else, at the end of the day, when you are not where you want to be in life, don't blame anyone. Don't blame your mother, your auntie, your father, whoever, because it's because of your own bad choices that you made. The boys here, you go and do things with them. You, 13, 14, you get pregnant. He will go on to his school. You go home. Do you know how expensive it is to take care of a child? Especially in this day and age. I have 2 children, a boy and a girl. My girl is 9, my boy is 5. They go to TIS. Do you know how much school fees is? Even diapers. Do you know how much a diaper is? Or you go and do clothes. Like, that's not fair to your child.
Yeah.
That is not fair to your child. Don't you want your child to have an intelligent mother? An intelligent and responsible father? Everything in life is a process. Everything in life is a process, and you cannot jump that process. Today, you see me standing here dressed nicely, but you don't know my story. You don't know where I came from. Yes, I've had some privileges in my life. But I was born, let me tell you my story a little bit. A lot of people think I'm an Ashanti, but I'm not an Ashanti. My dad is a Ga. My mother is a Dangbe. So I'm a proper Ga Dangbe girl standing here. It's just because of my husband's name that you think I'm an Ashanti, but I'm not. My mom gave birth to me at 3 years old. She left Ghana to find a better life in Germany. My parents were not together. I was born in Tema, Community 1, Sat 5. Have anyone heard of that place? Do you know how that place looks like? That's where my grandmother gave birth to all my aunties and my mom. My grandmother gave birth to 7 kids. One of them died. My mom is the last but one. All women and just one man. We lived in a community compound. I think there were like 3 block rooms, and then a shared bathroom and toilet. And then there was a small kiosk in the compound as well, which was my mom's. But when she left, that was not something, obviously, we didn't use it. Someone else, I think one of my aunties was using it. We slept outside because we didn't have enough rooms. I remember growing up at night, we sleep on the benches in the compound. And we had actually Muslims in our community as well. I used to be so scared because at nighttime, you'd be hearing kudungu, kudungu, kudungu. Like, I don't know what it was. I don't remember if it was an occasion or something, but I used to remember that every time at night you hear with dancers and some drums. And I was so scared because we slept outside. Fast forward, my mom leaves. My dad is somewhere. I went to stay with my auntie who had then moved on in Nungwa. Raviko. I don't know if you know Raviko. Yes. That's where. So for the early days of my childhood, that was where I was. Also same thing. Compound house. We go to the bush to relieve ourselves. We bath outside. We go fetch water because we didn't have running tap water. So there was this one tap for the community, and all of us would go there and fetch water into the drum. And that's what we use every day. Just to cut a long story short, I just want you to realize that everybody has a background. Everybody has a story. But it's really what you make out of it. There were periods, even when after I left Ghana, when my mom was able to come and take me to Germany, where I moved out of home very early. My mom was married to a white man, a German. But it wasn't a situation that was conducive for me. So I think before I turned 18, or almost close to 18, I was still in school. I was being maltreated at home by this man, which you wouldn't actually expect from a white person. But that was the case. So I moved out of the house. Luckily, one of my friends who I used to go to school with, I stayed with her. They took me, her parents took me in. She was Kenyan. They took me in, and I was able to complete my secondary education. Then at that time, I was still working because I didn't have any contact with my mom, my stepfather, nothing. So I'll go to school. After school, I'll go to work just to earn a living. When I remember these stories, I don't take them for granted, but I don't fault my mom because she and I have a great relationship now. But I feel like, obviously, everybody wishes they had everything on a silver platter. But God knows what path He puts everybody on and what He wants you to be at the end of the day. Okay? So I'm grateful for those experiences. and it has made me the person that I am today. Okay? So please, when I talk about the fact that you shouldn't misuse those things, look at my journey. I had so many opportunities to be a bad girl. So many opportunities. To be promiscuous, sleep around, do this, do that. And obviously, there were friends and people who could influence me to do those things. But I don't know, somehow, some way, I ended up okay. So don't let certain stumble blocks push you into vices that you would regret someday. Because really, your future is yours. You cannot blame anybody for what becomes of you at the end of the day. It's really about the choices you make. Okay. Menstrual hygiene questions. Contraceptive questions. We are okay, right? Okay. Menstrual hygiene. Let me do this quick. You know, there are pads. Aside from pads, we have tampons, right? The one that you insert. I don't have some here, unfortunately. But let's just talk about the normal ones that we use, the pads. Please, your pads, do not wear them for more than 3 hours a day. I know a lot of us, when we are not bleeding, or the flow is not a lot, we think, oh, let me just wear it from morning till evening. Within that time, you go and pee. You go and poo-poo. You do all sorts of things. You are sweating, you are running, and you are wearing one pad for more than 16 hours. My sister, if you are doing that, stop. You are just calling for an infection. If you are bleeding heavy, especially the first 3 days, make sure you are changing your pads every 3 hours. If you have a heavy flow, you would normally use 2 pads. I wish there was a panty here I could demonstrate. But using 2 pads, especially for those who have heavy flow, you first lay 1 pad at the front. Okay, are you listening? You first lay 1 pad at the front. Give me a second one. So this is for our sisters who are heavy bleeders, okay? I know some of you even use baby diapers to even do those, but that's so uncomfortable. Like you'll be walking around with a baffle thing at your back, like, no, please. And diapers are meant for kids, okay? Diapers are meant for kids, not for menstrual hygiene. So imagine, hey, or should I stop? Please, we have other speakers, so I want us to hurry up. So imagine you have your underwear, okay? I'm just holding the underwear. This is the front, this is the back. For the heavy bleeders, if you look at the pad, please, before you change your pad to, you're going to change your pad, make sure you wash your hands. Okay, because you are dealing with blood. Guys, don't squeeze your face, It's normal. If it wasn't for menstruation, you wouldn't be here. You are dealing with blood. So make sure either you have a sanitizer when you're going to the washroom or wipes. Sanitize your hands, because if there are any bacteria on your hand and you touch in between the pad, you wear it, you get an infection. So again, so this is your first pad for the heavy bleeders. You see the pad has a short side and a long side. What you do is you turn it around. The short side should come in the middle, and the long side should go to the front of the panty, because you want to ensure that nothing flows outside of the pad. After you put this first pad You put the second one. They should meet somewhere here, John. They should meet somewhere here at the bottom. So at this point, this is how long your pad will look in the underwear. Okay? Obviously, you have to open the flaps, the wings, and then put it on each side. With this, you can be rest assured you are not going to leak. Even if you leak, maybe it will leak a little bit on the side, but by that time, if you at least change or go and have a look every 3 hours or so, you shouldn't have any soiled clothing. Okay? Okay. How to dispose of your pads? Please, it's on the wrapper. Do not throw your pads in the toilet and flush it. You clog them. If you are scared that someone is going to take your used pad, please, before John here, if you are disposing of the pad, please fold it. The wrapper you see, you took it out of. Don't throw it away. Keep it. After you are removing your used pad, fold it neatly. Like this. Put it in the wrapper. Like this, if you are scared to throw it in the dustbin in the toilet, you can easily keep it, put it in a black rubber bag, and put it in your handbag. When you go home, and there too, you still don't want to throw it in the dustbin, burn them. No one will have access to your blood. Okay? Wash your hands, change your pads regularly, and then dispose of them in the right manner. If you are not menstruating, please, this one is important. A lot of us, we get infections out of nowhere. We don't know. We have not slept with anybody. We have not sat on any contaminated toilet. But then we start to itch. You're walking around, then you have candidiasis, whites, and you don't know why. Do you think, can someone tell me what could be the reason for that? And you're not eating sweets, so you're not someone who indulges in chocolates and sweets like that, but you still get recurring infections. Anyone has an idea why? Okay.
Sometimes the washroom that they use is not clean.
Yes, but I said you haven't sat on any contaminated toilet. So with this one, it can come from the toilet seat. Okay, okay.
Wearing the pad for so long.
Well, pad, yes, but no, that's not what I mean. One more.
Okay, but panties. Mm-hmm. Yes, if you don't dry them under the sun, iron them, it also causes that.
Perfect. Please give her a clap. As women, generally, we have discharge. Even if you are not menstruating, you have a discharge, right? Okay. If you are not using panty liners, and you are washing your underwear daily in the shower, and you're not drying it outside in the sun, or at least doing a weekly or bi-weekly disinfection with maybe Dettol, soaking it, and not drying it in the sun, and you are just washing it, putting it in your room in a corner for it to dry, and then you go and wear it again. My sister, serious infection. Be walking around and you are doing this, you're always uncomfortable. To avoid this, use panty liners. Those small ones, those small pads. There's some on the market. Yes, they are quite cheap. There are 30 small panty liners in a small pack. I think they cost 7 or 8 cedis or so, depending on where you buy it. With 30 in it, that means you have 30 days of panty liners. So generally, every day, use panty liners. If you are not using panty liners, make sure you are drying your panty in the sun and then changing your panties, your whole set of panties, throwing them away and buying a new one every 6 months. If they are white underwear, what you can do is you can use bleach. Soak it in bleach, white. I didn't say colored underwear. Soak it in bleach, let it stay for a while, wash it, dry it in the sun, and then you can use it for a longer period. But if you are not doing that, I beg you, even parents who are here, do it for your little girls. Change their underwears for them every couple of months. Because whatever is in there, you don't see it with your naked eye. So it would definitely cause an infection. And just imagine you are wearing this underwear from morning till evening. You are peeing, you are sweating, so many things. And then you want to wear this underwear until you have holes in them. No, serious. Like, female hygiene is simple but complicated at the same time. If you know what to do, there are so many things you can avoid. If you are having discharge that is fishy, has a smell, your vagina cannot smell like roses. No, please put that out of your mind. It cannot smell like lavender and all of those things. No. Every vagina has its own smell, but it's not supposed, your discharge is not supposed to look clotted. It's not supposed to have any green tint to it. And it's not supposed to smell fishy. If that's the case, please go and see a doctor. Don't go and buy some cream. There's this one. Is it Angel? Joy ointment, thank you. Please, you go and buy Joy ointment and then you are putting it inside. Joy ointment is good, but only if you have a good foundation there. Are you hearing me? Only if everything is good, is working as it's supposed to, before you use Joy ointment as a maintenance. But Joy ointment cannot cure candidiasis and infections. Okay? Shortly, cervical cancer. Cervical cancer is caused by a virus called HPV, human papillon virus. Everybody, especially most men, have that virus on them. Okay? Most men have it. But it's only in certain cases. And it's not just in genital areas. People can have it on their hands. Men pee, they don't wash their hands, they touch doorknobs, everything. Why are you laughing? And then you touch it, you go to the washroom, you change yourself, you wipe, and then you also get it. But it's not in all cases that it turns into cervical cancer. If you want to protect yourself from cervical cancer, there are options out there like a vaccination. Okay? But mostly it's the most effective if you have not had sexual intercourse before. So you can do the vaccination if you are still a virgin. That's when you have the most protection. You can still do it if you are someone who has already had intercourse, but you not get the same level of protection as someone who has never had intercourse and then went for the vaccination. Okay? So, yeah, I think for the most part, I'll keep it at that. Are there any questions? No questions. Then my last few words to you, as I said, I admire your faith, your modesty, your family values. Be women who stand behind those values. Know where you come from. Don't let anybody pressure you into doing something that you think, quote unquote, will make you cool. The coolness factor, 30 years from now, no one cares. Because there are more of them coming. Oh. You see, this next batch, they are going to be you in 2-3 years. Then you will be me. And then we'll be doctor. So there's a whole band of new girls coming. So never let yourself be pressured into doing something that is not you. Entrepreneurship is a great thing if you want to do entrepreneurship. If it's not everybody is meant to be an entrepreneur. You can be of service and still be good in life. There are lots of people who have jobs, salary jobs, and they are doing well. Entrepreneurship is hard. You have to deal with all sorts of people. So if you want to do that, do that. If that's not for you, find your passion. Do what your calling is. Okay? So without further ado, I thank you so much. I hope I was able to give you the necessary tools to empower you and to be able to take care of your sexual reproductive health. That is so, so important. It's so important. Because that gives you power over your body. If you have power over your body, you know what you want. Nobody can do anything with it. Okay? So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. I think she's done an amazing job, sort of talking to us about the health part of the conversation, which is very, very important. And we really appreciate that she's taken, the pain to actually bring all the way here. Free sanitary pads for all of us. I see all of you having packs. Thank you to... Oh, I hear the men saying no. Sorry, do you menstruate now? I didn't know. Or you want to give them to your sisters? Okay, so we'll make sure that you get some of the sanitary pads as well. Thank you so much. Tracy Owusuado is the founder of Brave Foundation, and she's been doing a lot of work with young ladies and women in terms of making sure that we have our health, in the right place. I think we've been sitting for a very long time. Can we shake it off a bit? Let's stand, stretch a bit, and then we can have a highlight speaker for the day. But while we are at it, can we have the Adulum give us a poetry recital in 2 minutes so that we can have our next speaker who will wrap it up for us. Please put your hands together for the Adulum while you stretch and while she takes the stage. The Adulum. And we have a performance by the Adulum, a spoken word or poetry recital by the Adulum.
Long ago, they told me my only role was in the home, to tend to the needs of everyone before mine, to serve dishes of silver-plated dishes, and to... Let me start again. Long ago, they told me my only role was in the home, to tend to the needs of everyone before mine, and to serve silence of silver-plated dishes.
Okay, while we are at it, a little bit of music. The Adulum will put herself together and she'll be back. Please put your hands together for her. It takes a lot of courage to actually be on stage. Thank you very much. It is not better like that, too. Right, thank you very much, the Adulum, for actually making that effort. Can we please be silent? Can we please have some silence? Thank you very much to all our previous speakers. This is still the Obaasima Zongo dialogue happening here at the Kanda National Mosque. My name is Makiza Micheline Latif. I'm your host for this very important program. I'm a journalist. I work with Pan-African Television, and I'm also a proud member of the Obaasima Academy. On to our next speaker, who is here seated with us. A lot of us were looking forward to having here. We have none other but a prominent Ghanaian journalist, development communications specialist, and advocate for women's empowerment, particularly in media. She's a founder and convener of the Alliance for Women in Media Africa, a non-governmental organization dedicated to enhancing the visibility and impact in media across the continent. Her career in journalism includes notable roles at City FM, Metro TV, where she gained recognition for her insightful reporting and broadcasting skills. She's risen through the ranks, and today she serves as the deputy presidential spokesperson. She's none other than Shamima Muslim. Please put your hands together for her.
Amma has hauled me here. Salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. So it's really an honor to have joined this very important conversation this morning. And I hear you've heard very insightful and knowledge-laden speeches and presentations. I hope that you will do with the information and the inspiration you have gathered here today, as we expect you to do, to act to change the course of your life. Because it is only action that ever changed anybody's situation. Because action means to do what? Act. You get me? I go. I'm going to make a few comments before I come into my presentation that my aide worked very hard to put together. So, some of you spoke about the question around sexual education. I just want to briefly add that it is true that you need your sexual agency. You need your what? It is one of the challenges that even women who are educated, who are exposed, find it difficult to negotiate sex. And it's something you must build now, even before you marry. Because even during marriage, you need to be able to negotiate sex with your partner. What do I mean about negotiating sex? A self-aware woman would know how to say no and mean no. And I'm saying that it is not a battle young women alone face. It is a battle adult women continue to face, because it is not a skill that they have honed because of the society and the socialization. So education alone does not solve the problem of exercising your sexual agency. It is also to even know how to negotiate with your husband how many children you want to have. It is understanding that the decisions about how many kids to have is not only made by men, but these are all skills you need to know, to learn, to exercise. Now, I always tell young people that when you are young, that is when you have to begin to learn, especially as a young girl, how to say no. We have not been socialized to say no, because as a woman, you're expected to be present all the time and to solve all other people's problems all the time before you think about your own problems. So one thing I want you to learn today is to say no. In fact, from here, anybody you see, even before the person speaks, just say no. Turn to your neighbor and say no. Turn to your neighbor and say no. Say no. Say no. I want you to wake up every morning, look in the mirror, and say no, not today. Please, do you hear me? Don't joke about it. It is very important. And I'm telling you, as a woman, a mother of 4 children, who still finds herself sometimes unable to say no to the demands on my time, to the demands from family, to the demands from people I don't know, to the demands of even my husband. So you have to learn to say no with reason, no with explanation, sometimes no without any explanation, just plain no. If you're able to do that in the everyday aspects of your life, when it comes to the actions that can actually change your life path and trajectory, you will be able to assert yourself. And sex is an action that can truly change the life path of every young woman who is not ready to be a mother, because children have no business having children. That is also a fact. And so learn how to say no for the small things, so that when it comes to the big things that can destroy your life, change the trajectory of your life, you are able to say no. Because like Doctor said, it is you who would bear the evidence of the action taken between 2 people in secret. You will bear the pregnancy. You will be saddled with a child you're not ready to care for. You will be saddled with another human being that even you, in all of your confusion and inexperience, is expected to be present for. So childbearing is not a business for those who are not ready for that business. Okay? This afternoon, I also want to explore the theme of identity. And to do that, I want to make some clarifications and assumptions, because I'm told to speak on reimagining the future for today's woman, and this is supposed to be the Zongo dialogue. So I asked myself, Zongo, who do we mean when we say the Zongo woman? I think for the purposes of this presentation, the Zongo woman is your Muslim woman. Even though we know that our Zongo communities are not only inhabited by Muslims, not so. They are inhabited by people from different walks of lives, different faith and religious persuasions, and different ethnic groups. The Zongo communities are more complex than just a linear description of who we are. And that complexity is also the nature of the challenges that the communities themselves face, and the individuals who were born, who live and work in the communities also face. For my presentation, I'm going to expand the audience of this speech to include also young Muslim women from many of our northern and upper regions, because the reality is very similar. There is underrepresentation in all aspects of our national life from Muslim women and from northern women. So for northern women, it's not only just Muslim northern women, but just northern young girls growing. So this message is really to all of us. Identity is very key. Yesterday, I'm going to share a personal example. Many of you know that I've embraced for a long time now my full hijab. I do it not because it's the most convenient thing to do on a daily basis, trying to find the right veils to match, trying to find the right outfits. I do it because I am fully bought on the idea that it has been one of the single most differentiated aspects of my life. One that has brought me untold blessings that I cannot even begin to count. And I'm not going to hide that from you as young Muslim women. Yesterday, I was to moderate a program that the president was having with business people. And when I finished dressing up, the lady who held me with my scarf, it looked so beautiful without the veil. And everybody was like, oh, just put the veil on your shoulder, because the scarf was really beautiful anyway, and my dress was very modest and beautiful. And I was going to do that. And somehow I told her, okay, just put the veil on. Let me see how I would look also with the veil. And she put the veil on. And I thought I looked even more beautiful with the veil than with the scarf. So yesterday, I go into the hall of about 200 people from all walks of life, businessmen, businesswomen, some Muslim women, and some Muslim women also in the hall. I was the only woman with a veil on in that room. It is significant that the stories we tell ourselves reflects who we are. Because when we speak about representation, there's a saying that until the lions tell their story, tales of hunting will always do what? Glorify the hunter. Until we begin to tell our stories, you see how beautiful we are here? If I moved you to different spaces, you'll find yourself as a minority. But what does it even mean to be in a minority that you feel pressured to look like the dominant picture? Because we are in a society where Muslim women are pressured to look like the dominant image. And even with that, we refuse to see our contribution to the evolution of even fashion, our contribution to the evolution of Ghana's culinary, process and even taste. We refuse to see the contribution of the Zongo woman to the development of this country. I've seen many awards programs, women entrepreneurs, and they would list 100 women entrepreneurs. There will be no single image in that picture of 100 women entrepreneurs in Ghana that represents the image we know of a Muslim woman. What is that image, please? What is that image, please? What is that image, please? We are definitely more than our hijabs, right? But I'm saying that when you talk about inclusion and representation, you are not only including and representing voices, which is important, gender, which we have been fighting for, that increase the representation of women. So if we all lined up and we all looked alike, would you be able to differentiate who is a woman and who is a man if image was not important? Please, will you be able? Because if I dress, and right now men dress like women, isn't it? So if we say we want female representation, and a man who has dressed like a woman joins the lineup of women, would you be able to make a differentiation between who is a woman and who is not a woman? So image matters, and representing who you are matters. It is not only just in the books and taking a box that we have 10 women, we have 10 men, or we are a diversity organization, so we have employed people from different parts of the country and ethnic groups. A picture tells what? A picture tells what? I can't hear you. A picture tells 1,000 stories. Repeat that after me. A picture tells 1,000 stories. We make conclusions only on images without ever having an opportunity to ask. So when you see pictures, you already make your conclusions based on what you see. So people say that attitude is important, your image is important, because whether you like it or not, people will make their biases or their judgments about a situation first with what they see, even before what they hear, even before what they know. Sometimes, even with what they know, they will still make judgments with what they see. So people would look at me and say, oh, you don't look like a Muslim. How should a Muslim look? I'm sure some of us, you don't speak like a Northerner. How should a Northerner speak? And if you pry deeper, they don't say that out of goodwill. They say that out of certain negative notions they have about how a Muslim behaves or how a Northerner speaks. Please, do you understand? It is not their fault. It's the socialization. It is bias. Sometimes it's unconscious. Sometimes it is conscious. So let nobody deceive you into thinking that representation through image does not matter. Because when you want to tell the story of who you are, you must show also who you are, so that when you're making a case for your absence around the table, the picture speaks more than the words you can ever speak. And embracing your identity is one of the difficult things to do. But it is one of the greatest things that liberates you. Because your mind is clear. You are not on a daily basis burdened by, do I belong? Do I look the part? In your difference is your agency. So if you need to look like who you are, look like who you are. But present yourself in a way that is empowering, that is respectful, that, generates respect for you and generates acceptance from you, because again, you are more than how you look. But how you look is a window to what more you can contribute to. And in a society that is very discriminative, you must prove who you are. But to prove that, sometimes you must accept the image you need to present. I also make this statement that when I was to start television, I knew that it was going to be a huge responsibility on my shoulders, because it didn't help that my name was Shamima Muslim. And so when people hear Muslim, especially our Muslim communities and our imams and the Muslim Ummah, they would expect a certain representation of, Muslim on TV. So I spoke to the MD of Metro Television at the time that if I'm going to do, I was not covering fully, and that's the truth of the matter. But I will cover on Fridays, throughout Ramadan I'll cover, but I was not a full hijabi then. So I told him that if I'm coming to go on TV, then I would want to embrace full hijab. And he's a Muslim, though. But they came back to say that, no, the program was a secular program and, they don't want to encourage. I didn't know what that means, because if we say we're a country where there should be non-discrimination on the basis of your faith, that's your religion, your culture, why should it be a problem if I wanted to come on television with a veil on? Because it is an intrinsic part of my identity. Cut the long story short, I was not allowed to come on TV with the veil. So I had to have a sit down with my father. What's the implication? Because he also thought that if I was going to do TV, I should come on. But I said, well, I haven't seen Muslim women do these kinds of programs before, so maybe it is time for me to make a case that we have the capacity to do it, then prove myself. And after I make my name, I can behave and wear whatever I want to wear, because nobody then would question my capacity or competence to deliver. And sometimes when you do things with the right intent and motive, with the right niyat, know that Allah Himself will elevate you. And all of you today know that because of that singular decision, many young Muslim voices and ladies have gone into the field of journalism, because all of a sudden they saw somebody with a shared experience as them on air, on radio, speaking politics, speaking current affairs, and I think that a lot of new stories emerged from that particular decision. But I'll tell you that even after I justified myself and I went off after I had my children, I went off the media for like a decade. In the time that I was home caring for my children and doing other things, I got a call from one major TV station in Accra. And that TV station, they wanted me to come and start a new Saturday current affairs. At that time, I had embraced hijab fully. So I said, well, now I do full hijab, so if that will be a problem, I can do it. They said, oh, it won't be a problem. After several meetings, after contracts were exchanged, I was called again into a discussion with the CEO of this media house. And the question was, will I reconsider my stance on wearing a veil? I said, I thought we had even crossed. This is after I had hosted Eyewitness News and made Eyewitness News the #1 top news current affairs program, an award-winning program. After I had proved my competence, still, there were these barriers within our society. So guess what? They were not happy for me to do the program, even when I made a compromise that if it meant just even scarfing without a veil, I'd make that compromise. It was not accepted. Today, I'm happy to announce that that TV station today have Muslim women who are at least allowed to scarf on their screens. That is progress. Progress will not be transformational. It will take you and I making tiny sacrificial steps and pushing the boundaries for it to become the norm, that you're accepted in whoever you are and you are accepted into various platforms and you are able to contribute more than just your image, and that your image should not be a barrier to your participation. And I've almost done half of the speech, so now I don't know which part of the speech to start from. Okay, so I'm going to pick a few things because I thought that it's important to think through some of the things about reimagining. So what future do we want to reimagine? To reimagine the future is to recognize that there is unfinished business with present battles. All of us are going through these present battles, and there is unfinished business. It means questioning the systems and the social scripts that have marginalized we as women, particularly women in the Zongo community. So I was telling a story earlier about seeing pictures of women entrepreneurs with no representation of some of our Zongo women entrepreneurs. These are women whose net worth, in the images I see on some of these, programs, one Zongo woman business net worth is more than 10 of the females on those people combined. Do you not know that? Do we not know the business acumen of a lot of our Zongo women who are actually dollar millionaires? I'm not even kidding. Most of you know that. Go to Makola and look for the Zongo women, market women who own multiple shops, who travel to China and Dubai like on a weekly basis. Please, if I'm lying, say I'm lying. Am I lying? No. Do you not know of these women? Is it because they don't fit the image of who an entrepreneur is? How many of us in this room come from families where our mothers were the primary providers in that family through their vocations and trade? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. If your mother traded to contribute to the home, she was a market woman, she sold things, she sold food. How many of us come from families where they sell cocoa, Hausa cocoa in that family? Please show me. Wache. Wache. What else? TZ. Show me. TZ. What are the popular foods today in Ghana? I'm talking national. What are the popular foods? Wache. What food do people like to take in the morning? You see long queues. What? Cocoa and what? Cocoa and kose, add the kose. How many of your Christian friends have not asked you for this, your Zongo stew? Please, how many people haven't asked you to give them the what? The recipe for Zongo stew? If I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. Do we not know the value of these things? That the Zongo woman has actually contributed more to redefining Ghana's culinary experience than any other ethnic group, and that is a fact. How then can we not be empowered by the value that sits in the minds and the hands of the average Zongo woman. You've even forgotten to add Sobolo. Before they discovered Sobolo, we were drinking Sobolo in our homes. Have you forgotten Tankwambia? Or Burkina? You've forgotten Burkina? Right now, when we go to many functions, and there's Masa, in fact, and even now Wasa Wasa. Wasa Wasa is coming back into the system. Tubani is coming back into the system. Aboki. Who are the people who make Aboki? Are they not in the Zongo communities? I'm saying that if we care to look deeply, we have no rights in thinking ourselves as imposters to claim the spaces that are rightfully ours, spaces that we are already contributing to, that we are not aware of the impact we are making to the society we live in. Spaces that we allow for others to come and monetize and use to create, because I know people who they've prepared cocoa at the small scale for like 30 years. The business of the family is cocoa. So the question is, which of you is going to move this business from a medium to small scale enterprise to a big business? Is it an outsider who will now take it? Let's go to the north. Shea butter. Have you seen the industry around shea butter? Who are the shea butter pickers? Please, who are the shea butter pickers? There are women who pick these shea butter, who manually, and you see, all of these delicacies, they are not made within 1 second or 1 hour. You know that? All of these recipes for these delicacies take hard work to make Hausa cocoa, to make kose, to make wache. They wake up at dawn. So can we ever say it is because of laziness that the Zongo woman continues to be underrepresented in our society? Can you say that in all fairness and justice? Can you say that it is because she has not gone to school? Our mothers and grandmothers who can cook a whole pot of stew without measuring any single ingredient on a scale. You think that woman doesn't know math because she didn't sit in the classroom to learn math? Please, am I lying? That woman who makes a whole pot of beans to do kose, and everything will be pepper. She will not taste the salt. She will not taste because this is what skill is about. You don't learn skill in classroom. You learn skill through persistent practice. Practicing something for so many hours, so many days, so many years, that even in your sleep moment, you can easily prepare that thing. And you believe that these women don't have anything to offer to our community, and that we, the young women who are coming from these families, we shouldn't walk with our shoulders high, not because there's anything wrong with our shoulders, but we come from a family of resilient women, hardworking women, brilliant women, women who create from nothing, women who have sustained families, women who have been burdened, and yet their burdens have never broken their back. If we fail ourselves, we will not only have failed ourselves, but we would fail the sacrifices of the women before us. And we must not do that. So it is to reimagine this new world and new future for the Zongo woman. We must acknowledge that true empowerment cannot come from token gestures or seasonal interventions. That our Zongo women are innovators. Are we? Yes. That they are educators. Are they? Yes. That they are caregivers. Are they? Yes. And that they are entrepreneurs. Do I lie? Do I lie? They are cultural custodians and the unsung engines of our informal economy. Atakbir. Atakbir. Yet, their contributions often go unnoticed, unrecorded, unrewarded. To reimagine their future is to design a new architecture of opportunity that reflects their lived realities, talents, and dreams. It means people who organize programs must go beyond the boundary of what they consider to be legitimacy, to invite others who have shown proof over years of having and needing to be at those tables, and they must be recognized for that. It requires that we challenge the status quo. Mind you, I'm going to give you a bit of tough love. No one owes you anything, right? Say it again. No one owes you what? Anything. No one owes you what? Anything. Nobody owes you anything. Because life and power is a contested space. We can advocate. You see, even human rights, the constitutional rights. If you read the Constitution of Ghana, we have so many rights. Do we enjoy all of those rights? So, mind you, when you find yourself in a certain position that you feel you are enjoying a certain right, know that it is a privilege. It is a what? It is a what? Even the rights that are enshrined, that are not supposed to be privileged, are enjoyed by the privileged few. So if the Constitution says every child must be in school, it's a right, not so. But when we come to our communities, the schools don't exist. So how are they supposed to be in school? When we go to some of these northern communities, they are supposed to learn ICT. And there is not a single computer in that school. So the person who is sitting in an Accra school and has an entire computer laboratory, is that person not privileged? Even though all of you are supposed to be, having the same rights? So I'm saying that the system is sometimes rigged. And you cannot continue to sit, lament, feel sorry for yourself when you're made up of sterner stuff. You raise yourself up and you make yourself matter. You do what? You do what? You do the best with the little that is available to you and ensure that your best becomes enough. And as we have seen by stories of people within our community, where we come from has not been a limiting factor in how far we can go if we are willing to go far and we are willing to put in the hard work. Atakbir. So it requires that we challenge the status quo. For history has shown us that the greatest leaps in human progress have come from when we dared to dream differently. Reimagining is not simply daydreaming. You don't sit and every day go through the images, social media, you're looking at lifestyles that you want to be, you're following people, you're watching TikTok videos, you're feeling jealous, you're feeling inadequate because of all the make-believe stories you're seeing. What are you waiting for? You to go and create the content, eh? Is it not a human being you're seeing in that you are consuming and you're giving them visibility, and now you're feeling sad for yourself and you're even feeling depressed that you don't look like a certain image, you don't look as beautiful, you don't have the same kind of body. If you want an hourglass figure, go and also do the training. Eh? Don't they do, I didn't say go and do surgery, but go and also put in the hard work. Do you get what I mean? And stop lamenting and feeling sorry for yourself, because feeling sorry for yourself never changes anybody's situation. It is action changes things. Action does what? Changes things. So if you're in school, your number one priority is not to be thinking about boys and how you're looking and whatever. Your number one priority is actually to concentrate on your studies and make sure you pass enough to move on to the next level. So it requires that we challenge the status quo, as I said earlier. A bird does not sing because it has an answer. It sings because it has a song. And our women, we have songs, don't we? Our mothers sing so many songs, even as they labor under the hot, scorching sun or in the rain. They sing so many songs of upliftment. They even sing songs to annoy their rivals, but they have songs to sing, and they do sing those songs. So find your song. They sing songs of resilience. They sing songs of defiance. They sing songs of overcoming great odds, and they sing songs of purpose. We must ask ourselves, therefore, how many potential Nobel laureates? Do you know who a Nobel laureate is? Do you know who a Nobel laureate is? How many of you have phones? How many of you have phones? Please show by hands. You have phones? So you're going to Google who a Nobel laureate is. I'm not going to tell you who a Nobel laureate is. You hear me? So instead of buying data and looking at some new dance, TikTok dance craze, you're going to look for who a what is? Who, and if you can't spell it, ask your neighbor to spell it for you, okay? So we must ask ourselves, how many potential Nobel laureates, engineers, innovators have we silenced simply because we never gave them the tools, the space, or the trust to rise? The world's next great solutions may lie in the mind of a young girl in Fadama, Nima, or Asawase, but only if we reimagine an enabling ecosystem around her. Let us then give them the stage, give them the microphone and the amplification they deserve, not as charity, but as justice. Not as an exception, but as the norm. Not as a favor, but as indeed a claimed birthright. So to do this, we must be honest that there are still barriers we must break. We must confront the uncomfortable truths, not to dwell in despair, but to know that we need to work hard to overcome these barriers. We must gather the wisdom needed for this transformation. Girls in our under-deprived communities still face inequalities in access to quality education, as I referenced earlier. They need digital tools like their counterparts in most of the endowed communities and schools. They need to navigate patriarchal expectations about the role of a girl in the home, in the family, in the community. And they need to learn in silence when they should be debating in confidence. So we must break this silence, and girls must debate in confidence. Women remain vastly underrepresented in leadership positions. As you can see, you can literally count the number of Zongo women in any political government or any national position. From politics to corporate boards, local councils, we are underrepresented. Their ideas are too often undervalued, which means there is space, a new opportunity to make yourself a difference and also to break new boundaries and make yourself the first Zongo woman to do this, to do that, to do that. So their ideas are often undervalued, their labor underpaid or unpaid. So we do all that work to prepare cocoa, and when you come and we say cocoa is 5 cedis, how can you even value the labor that goes into preparing cocoa for 5 cedis per cup? How is that even fair? When others are working and being paid on an hourly basis. And yet without the food, those who sit in the offices, would they have the energy to think? Please, without the food, would they have the energy to think? Economic mobility remains a mirage for too many who labor tirelessly in informal sectors and with little social protection and recognition. And this is where government programs that target small to medium-scale enterprises, and I'm happy to announce that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, through the Ejumawura Initiative, the National Apprenticeship Program, even the 1 Million Coders Program, provide relevant opportunities for the young Muslim woman to take charge of her destiny. But I would like to add that perhaps the most stubborn barriers are the invisible ones, the one we make for ourselves that hold us back. those voices that speak to us. It makes us doubt ourselves and doubt our abilities. The voices that hold us back and tell us that we are imposters. We don't deserve to be in these spaces. We can't be in these spaces. We cannot look like this and be deemed to be someone who understands or is fashion forward. And yet, it is the same societies that today embrace the apparel of abayas. You've seen the abaya craze that is happening beyond our Zongo communities. You've seen the, what did they call the one that we put on the head? The turbans. Have you seen everybody is wearing turbans? Am I right? Please, am I lying? Am I lying? Turbans have become a fashion-forward item for people who wear turbans to church. Where is the inspiration from? We visit Muslim countries, and we literally drool over the wives and the women of these Arab nations and how they look so beautiful and exquisite in the same abayas. In the same abayas. And these are the communities that have created that the world goes to visit. It means we haven't used our minds enough to re-engineer better communities so that when you come, Muslim communities and Muslim countries that are like, we see them, well advanced, beautiful, creativity, ingenuity, intelligence. You know, there's kind of like a nexus between faith and religion and their resources and what they've been able to achieve. They push the boundary of the human mind. They'll be able to bring any talent from across the world to create things within these same Muslim communities and Muslim countries outside of our borders. So we must ask ourselves, it definitely cannot be Islam. That is the reason why our communities are the way that they are. Please, if we do that, we are being unjust to Islam. Because we have examples of what other Muslim countries have been able to achieve. Not so. So if our Muslim communities are not reflecting the true values of Islam, can we blame the religion Islam? We cannot. If our communities are dirty, if our gutters are choked, if our values have become corrupted, if today we are speaking about drug abuse in Zongo and inner cities, can we blame Islam? We cannot. But we can become the perfect exemplars of what Islam is supposed to be, so that we will not be part of those that give Islam a bad name. And our Zongo community is a bad name, irrespective of the valuable contributions they continue to make to our economy. So yes, we must break the invisible barriers. They live in the language, in our language that we make within ourselves, in our traditions, in our unconscious biases. They tell the girl, don't speak too loud, don't dream too big. Don't go to school too much. You may not get a husband to marry. That's not a woman's place. These are all inherited beliefs that there is ample evidence no longer hold sway. And the only thing that holds you back is your own internal compass. Because today we have husbands that are amplifying their women. I am married with 4 children. My husband supports my political career. It wouldn't have been the case for many Muslim women. And so, exercise patience. Don't be in a rush to marry at 20, 21 if a husband is not coming. And whilst you wait for the husband to come, please add value to yourself. Because value will attract value. As you add value to yourself, God and Allah himself will bring you the man that will match your energy, that will match your ambition, that will match your dreams, that will be an enabler for you and not a disempowerer, all if you have firm faith and you do the right things today. So let's do that. So again, as it is said, the chains that are the hardest to break are the ones that you cannot see, but they are the ones that you make for yourself. Let's break these barriers. And to break these barriers, we need more than policy, and I agree. We need courage. And courage is the most important of all virtues as I ever read. Because to practice any other virtue consistently, you need courage. Please, do you hear me? Of all the virtues you might want, it is the courage that is the most important. Because without the courage, you will not act. Without courage, when you face your first setback, you will recoil into your shell. Without courage, when the arrows are thrown at you, without courage, I would have gone back to home when I stuck my head out that I was going to do politics. Because boy, did the attacks not come from all kinds of quarters. And they still come up to date. So because of some misguided social media young person who, if he sees me today, he cannot even approach me, I should turn my back to my destiny, right? No, please, answer me that question. My mother says that if you are walking, is it written on your back that this stupid person has insulted you this language? Is it written on your back? So I'm saying that without courage, when the challenges come, as they will come, because life can never be a smooth path. So practice courage. Again, it is courage that will help you say no and mean it. Remember that we are going to start learning how to say no. Yeah, we are going to learn how to say what? No. Without courage, can you say this no? You have followed your boyfriend to his house. He didn't put any chair in the room. He says, come and sit on the bed. Then he gives you a drink. Then you also drink. Then you say, oh, this kebab is nice. Then you say, you're looking pretty. So, oh, stop it. Then now when he said, oh, let me see your leg. Oh, no, it's haram. Haram, What haram took you there in the first place? So even then, if he has bought you the mawako you asked for, the shawarma you asked for, even then, when he says it is time to pay, say what? No. If you are not ready, say what? No. If you are not ready, say what? No. But if you can, avoid the temptation. Okay? If you can, avoid the temptation. So yes, we would exercise courage to deal with these barriers. But hear me also clearly that the days of waiting for permission to rise should be behind us. The question is not can she, the question is who will stop her? Who will stop you? Who will stop you? Who will stop you? Yourself? Yourself? You will stop yourself. I can't hear you. You don't believe that you cannot stop yourself. You will stop yourself? Will you stop yourself? So who will stop you? Thank you. Today, the Zongo girl is that seed. With the right nourishment, opportunity, mentorship, policy support, she will grow tall enough to shape generations to come. She does not need saving. She needs space and encouragement to rise. She needs the right nourishment, the right opportunity, and the right policy support. She will grow tall enough yet again to shape generations. But you need strategy and you need intent. So to move from policy to poetry to policy, from slogans, as we have shared some this afternoon, to systems, we need to do more. We have to now act and implement. So all of you go back home, you take your diaries. If you don't have, take a book and reimagine your future from today. Reimagine what you want to become, what you need to do to become it, what skills you need, what attitudes you need, what traits and habits you have today that you yourself can tell yourself that this habit, it will not help me. This trait, it will not help me where I want to go. If I continue on this path, I will not get there. These dialogues I cannot have for you. You must have it for yourselves. And you must actually write them down and begin to monitor yourself. If you need an accountability partner, a friend of yours, a sister of yours that you share the same vision with, Let that person be your accountability partner, because it is not an easy road to success. And sometimes you will falter. So in those moments where you become disillusioned with the burdens and the challenges, you should have someone who tells you that, Hafisa, rise up again. Let's go tomorrow. Perhaps tomorrow will be better than today. So you need strategy, and you need intent, and you need to act deliberately and intentionally. You need to build partnerships, because this future cannot be built by women alone, and I must agree. It requires the collective effort of a society that understands that gender equity is not a woman's issue. It is a human imperative, and that true progress is what? Collaborative. It cannot be forged in isolation. We need allies, and our first allies must be our male allies. They must understand the men in our lives, our fathers, our brothers, our uncles, but most especially our husbands and our future partners. They must understand the need to support our dreams if we are to advance humanity. Partnership means ensuring that the voices from boardrooms to backyard compounds sing in harmony towards this shared vision. It means that NGOs do not work in silos, that ministries do not build castles in the air, but the private sector also does not pursue profits without what? Purpose. Public-private partnerships must also be more meaningful than memoranda. They must be measurable, mission-driven, and they must actually ease the struggles of the women they purport to support. What is our charge this afternoon to Zongo women? To the young woman who is coding her future in a cyber cafe in Medina, wondering if the world would ever take you seriously, keep doing what? Coding. Keep doing what? Your time will come. You're not waiting to be invited to the table. You're learning to build your own. To the mother, and many of us are mothers, and we know how it feels, raising 3 children or more while running a market stall in Sabon Zongo. Your hustle is not invincible. It is not unrewarded. It will be recognized. Your hustle is the heartbeat of your community, and you must be proud of that valuable contribution you continue to make for the sustenance of your community. You are not just balancing accounts, you are actually balancing stomachs and balancing destinies. That is so important. To the girl who dreams of parliament, from the classroom of Abuabo, dream louder, dream bigger, and dream unapologetically, because that parliamentary seat is certainly waiting for you. Because when you stand tall, indeed, generations will rise in favor of you. To every woman who has been told she's too loud, she's too ambitious, she's too educated, she's too visible, know that your light is not too bright. In this era and age of darkness, we need more bright lights like yours to usher all of us into a shared common destiny and to break through centuries of darkness. You are not voiceless. You are not powerless. You are not alone. Your pace may differ. Your circumstances may be hard, but your presence is seen. It occupies space, and that space will be meaningful space, and your rise will be inevitable. So, again, own your story. What is your story? What is your image? What voice do you want to echo and to articulate? Do it now. Do it today. Blaze your own path. You're important. You're seen. You are you. You are present. So let's say it again to the Zongo woman. You will rise not by luck, but by legacy, by learning, by leading. Let it be said from this day forward that we did not speak about change at today's Obaasima Zongo dialogue, that it was not just a mere conference. It was a call to conscience, a moment when we balanced our thoughts with conviction and our shared experience with inspiration. Let it be said that when the world doubted, we dared. To even be present here today is a difference. And that we would work through miracles and commitment, courage, and through coalition building. Let it be said that the future is not inherited, that it is envisioned, constructed, and defended, and we will envision it, we will construct it, we will defend it, and we will be agents of that future. So this is our moment, and it is our movement. It is our collective mandate. And I'll end with the African proverb which says that when the roots are deep, there's no reason to fear the wind. Can you repeat that together? When the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the... When the roots are, there is no reason to... And our roots are deep. Our roots are deep. Our roots are deep. We will not fear the wind. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. To say we are inspired is an understatement. One of the things that struck me the most is the point that talks about action changes things. If you do not action and you just speak, nothing gets done. She has to leave, but I'll make way for us to have a few questions for her to be able to do that. At least 3 questions, is right?
No.
Okay, 3 questions. Do we have a microphone in the audience?
Assalamu alaikum. So my question is, as a hijabi in a political space and in the corporate world, what has kept you going? How are you keeping the pressure that comes with dressing modest and then the hijab as well? And also, what advice would you give to Muslim ladies that are facing difficulties pertaining the hijab at their workplaces?
Thank you so much for such an inspiring presentation. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhibat, and I would love to know, Madam Shamima, amidst all the challenges that you went through, how did you still manage to come out of your shelf and bloom and blossom into something not belligerent, but magnificent? And if there is one thing that you would say, I mean, you've said a lot, but what key thing should we all here, Zongo ladies, take from this event, and so that we can also become best versions of ourselves? Thank you.
Very well. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nasiba, and I'm coming from the University of Ghana. So I just wanted to know, I've realized that the only part of the conversation that we are not having with the Zongo community is probably mental health and then climate action. So I want to know what how we can bring climate action to the Zongo community, as in what is the role of the Zongo community? Because the climate change is affecting us in a very, very bad way, because there's a lot of pollution, and it causes a lot of flooding when we are in the rainy season, and so on and so forth. And I wanted to ask a question earlier to Success was, I forget her name, Madam Tracy Success, concerning sustainable sanitary pads, because they are all made of plastic. I wanted to know what the government is doing about the free sanitary pad policy against climate change and climate action. Is there sustainable alternatives?
why don't we, I'm sure that the parts are being bought. Why don't we?
Shh. Allow.
Okay, so why don't we also create like factories where they are manufactured in Ghana and like employ women to take charge of the production of sustainable forms of sanitary pads and so on and so forth. I'm just a climate enthusiast, so these are the angles that I wanted to. I think that we missed in this dialogue, and I think it should be talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so there was 3 questions. Let me just quickly go through them. Number 1 was the challenges I've faced with the hijab journey. Let me tell you, peer pressure is real. Peer pressure is real. Look, even our mothers are suffering peer pressure, I'm telling you. So if you're a young lady and you're feeling pressured to look like the dominant image that the media presents to us, know that it's a real challenge, okay? It's a real challenge. But whereas you are not expected to do everything that you see, it's the same way you must decide what is important to you. And I always tell young people that it's a journey, that hijab journey is a journey. I remember my mother used to be very insistent, and it also happens because, when you go to Christian schools, you want to belong, especially in your teenage years. I went through Christian schools the whole of my life, so I was the only Muslim in many classes that I sat through. So you will never even listen to your mother if she says that even put a scarf on your head and go to school. I would never do it. From Morning Star to Holy Child, So it was the university that I was discovering myself, and then I look nice in scarves, so sometimes I bring it to school and everything. So it was a journey for me. So it's okay if it's a journey for many of you. You just need to know why you want to do it and if there are any positives. And I'm telling you today that my hijab has brought me untold blessings. And I always tell Allah that no matter the pressure that comes, always make it easy for me to be able to present myself in a way that will be, that will make you happy with me, and that will make you continue to bless me the way that you have blessed me. So it's not an easy journey for everyone. Those of you who have started from early, I would encourage you to continue to do it, because if you answer the identity question, that is like half of your challenge in life solved. Because you see, this brain is so very active. It's like rich people. Rich people, they don't worry about wardrobe. If you see some of these rich men, it is black trousers, 5 black trousers, 5. Harriet is here. She's been dealing with a lot of rich, big people. Because your mind must be released to do important stuff. It is a poor man who will wake up every day and wonder, what will I wear today? Me now, today I don't know what to wear. You now, you know how many things are in your wardrobe. What do you mean by you don't know what to wear? Do you get it? The people who can afford limitless items on their wardrobe, they are very disciplined about wardrobe choices because it eases their mind of so many things. So if every day you are thinking about, should I look like a Muslim? Should I not look like a Muslim? Should I look like a Muslim? And even when you step out looking like a Muslim, are they looking at me? What are they saying about me? What are they thinking about me? Because you have not embraced that core part of your identity. You are not comfortable not representing yourself as a Muslim. You are also not comfortable representing yourself as a Muslim. Have you seen what it's going to do with your concentration on many things? It eats at your confidence. But when you make that decision, everything else is towards making that image the better version of your next self. But that image you have agreed, this is going to be my core image. Now, how do I make it better? How do I make it nice? Because we see all kinds. I sometimes struggle to tie my scarf. So I'll go and look for TikTok videos on how to tie so that it's not one way, scarf. So this is me telling you this. It's not like an easy walk, but who told you that the people who are now wearing wigs, it's an easy journey for them? Every day they have to go to the salon and wear wigs. Please, you don't know how God has blessed you people. Because right now I'm sitting, I don't know what's under your head. whether you have washed it, whether you have not washed it, whether it's braided nicely. But Amma half of the time, my friend Harriet half of the time is thinking of what next nice wig to buy. Some is 5,000, some is 10,000, human wig. Then they'll say frontal, then lace. And I said, these are your people's problems. These are not my problems these days. Do you understand it? So there's a certain liberation that actually comes if you embrace it is truly liberating for me. You see, because when I was not, every weekend I have to be going to the salon. Then what hairstyle am I going to do? Then what is the new hairstyle these days? All you need to do is to just keep your hair neat. And then you are good to go. So imagine, please, how burdensome is that? And I always tell Muslim women, like, look, we are all struggling Muslims, so we are not perfect. Do you know that? The easiest thing of Allah's instruction is 5 daily prayers easier than putting a veil on your head? Please, let's answer. 5 daily prayers. Is tahajjud easier than waking at just putting a veil on your head? Please, is zakat easier than putting a veil on your head? Is hajj easier than putting a veil on your head? So one day I was reflecting, look, come to think of it, the easiest injunction for us as Muslims is actually the veil on the head. Because what does it take to just get up and put a veil on your head? And then you have just killed Allah like that. And then you'll be struggling with the other ones. Allah, you see, this one I'm doing it, so you forgive me with this one that I'm still struggling with. But He knows that you have not turned your back to Him. You have embraced His instruction, and you are out there and you're representing yourself in the best way that He has told you to represent yourself as a Muslim woman. And based on that, you can use it to even ask Him to forgive you your other transgressions. After all, Allah hasn't told us to come and tell the world our sins. Our sins are between Him and us. Once we are seeking tawbah and we are asking Him for forgiveness and we are not being intransigent and we are actually remorseful, He will be happy with us most of the time. Not so. I'm not a sheikh, but this is my own rationalization. Those of you who are still struggling at the workspaces, you must assert yourself. You must assert yourself and come with as you are comfortable with. And there are avenues for redress within your work organization. Labor Commission, take it up. Like I said, it is not an easy journey. Sometimes you must contest the space to assert your rights. Because even if it's a privilege, people will not just grant you that privilege. And you must come, especially when you are starting a new environment, come in the image you want to be seen from day one. Because sometimes when we are coming into new environments, we feel a burden to look like a certain image. And then when they see you like that, and the day you come with a veil, say, hey, now so shall they be. Do you get me? So please, at least the first day of any new environment, come as your optimal self, the one you would want to be largely known for. Some days I'll still wear just a scarf without the veil. I will not wear it all the time. But in spaces that I know that the image of a Muslim woman is underrepresented, it is my duty to represent that image, even if I am the only one who will represent that image. If I'm with you, my sisters, I could have come here with the Zongo communities, we just wear the scarves, we put the veil. If I'm with you as my sisters, I can easily feel okay to come with you in another form other than a fully veiled. But in those communities that you know, spaces you know, that you are likely going to be the minority, it is a duty to be the picture that will show diversity in that room. And when people begin to see more, so, oh, Muslim, because people will not just see everybody in scarf and say whether they are Muslim women here. So if they don't see you and they are doing opening, it is small, but it's important. Opening prayer, Christian prayer, closing prayer, Christian prayer, because they've not seen any Muslim in the room to even be prayed. I told you some of the biases, they are unconscious, it's not deliberate. But they've not seen, but oh, Hajia, then they'll call you, oh, Hajia, then come and give us a Muslim closing prayer. Please, do you see how these things are important? Because if you look like everybody else, and nowadays people from other faiths, they wear turbans, they wear gele. So gele is no longer a differentiating, factor anymore. So if you want to be in inclusive spaces, come in your diversity. That will really show the inclusiveness of that space. So assert your rights. My key takeaway for you is that, as I keep saying, if you don't act, nothing changes. So really, it is everything I've done in my life, I've taken the first step. You must take the first step. Action is the only thing that will take you closer to your goal, and, cooperating with each other and partnering with each other. That's what I'll leave you with. But act. Act to change the course of your life for the better and be guided by the principles of your faith. We all need an anchor. We cannot all be the same. The Christians have a song, will your anchor hold in the storms of life? What is your anchor? Because when everything else is going wrong, you need something to fall back on. For many of us as Muslims, it's our faith. For Christians, it is their God. They will go on their knees, they will pray. So if you say that yours is Islam, then you cannot turn your back on it. Please, do you get what I mean? So your faith is the core part of your identity, and you must not be apologetic about it, because other people can embrace it and then use it as as an anchor to help them out. Why can't you do the same? The issue about environment and climate, you're a Muslim, you've identified a problem, take action. You see, when Amma is here, when I was at home, and I said, there were challenges women in media faced. However difficult it was, I went to set up Alliance for Women in Media. It is still there. Amma perhaps got up one day and had an idea to set up an Obaasima conference. Look at where we are. Do you think she had all the I's dotted and the T's crossed before she started? Harriet sitting by her, she's a media woman. She decided she was going to create a niche for herself as a diplomatic liaison, and so she went ahead and created her own diplomatic affairs TV. You cannot speak to anyone about diplomacy in Ghana without her being on that list. She created that opportunity for herself. This radio that I started, I walked myself to Radio Universe when I was in level 100. Nobody took me there. I just appeared at a program like you have appeared. And we had Alhaji Abubakar Siddiq, who came to speak to us about an opportunity to join the campus radio station as a volunteer. Do you know one of the reasons why I went? I said, this man is a Muslim man. If he's running a radio station, maybe if I go, he will also consider me as a young. That actually is one of the reasons why I walked myself to Radio Universe. And it has changed the course of my life. Was not part of my course. I got information, I acted on the information, and it actually changed the trajectory of my life entirely, altogether. And today, if I'm doing well in politics, it's actually because of the radio and the skills I learned in radio. That is really, so look, take advantage of opportunities, any opportunity to learn, be present. And when you are present, listen. And when you listen, take one or two things that resonate with you and act on them. Those things might just be the foundation to your takeoff. That's the only thing I can add to you. So you too, create a platform of young Zongo women for climate change adaptation and mitigation. And you will be on your way to the United Nations in the next 10 years.
Thank you very much. Just a minute. We want to take some photos, but before we do that, let me please call on our Executive Director and the person of Mami Amma Pratt for concluding remarks.
Hello. Hi. Has today been good? Has today been good? Yes. Are you happy you came? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Will you come again? Yes. I'm very, very, very happy that all of you are here. But I want to say this to Shamima before she goes. I'm so grateful to all of the speakers who took their time to be here. I work with Shamima. I know how precious time is.
but today she's here. Even today she was supposed to travel, right? She was supposed to travel. So last night she almost gave me a heart attack by saying that she wasn't going to be here. But this dawn, 5 something, she sent me a message and said, Amma, I'm going to be there. Shamima, thank you. Thank you. God bless you. And I'm saying thank you to Shamima, not just for today, but for every other time that I have called on her and she has said yes. Obaasima, we've been doing this for 6-7 years, and consistently I have called on Shamima, and consistently Shamima has said yes to me. So Shamima, thank you. And I can promise you that I won't stop calling on you. and I love you. I have to say, I love you so much. I love her journey, right? And I know that you see, the reason why I keep calling on Shamima, I'll tell you why. It's about representation. It's important, right? There are so many things that she said today that I can't say to you. And it will mean more to you to hear it from Shamima than to hear it from me. So I keep calling on her because I see how representation is important to her, how she keeps insisting on being that difference. And representation is so important. Celebrating difference is so important. We can't all be the same. We can't all look the same. We can't all have the same beliefs. I'm Christian. She's Muslim. Now, if there are spaces for me, there have to be spaces for Shamima. Because when some of you in this room see Shamima, you know that you can. And as women, our constituency is one, right? There are so many things that divide us. Gender, politics, what else? Give me some of the things that divide us. Religion, so many things divide us. But I think that as women, at our core, we can be one community. And for me, that is what Obaasima is about. And I also have to say thank you to all the male faces that we see. Can we clap for Obaasima? We are grateful for you. We love the fact that you consistently show up. You know why? Because we can't do it by ourselves. This world can't have a section for women and a section for men. It is all of us in it together. And so while we strive to change ourselves and better ourselves, we want you to strive to change yourselves and be better for us so that together we can do it. I stand on Shamima to say thank you to all the other speakers who came. Tracy, you know, I've been with Tracy. You know, every time I call on Tracy, she also says yes. I've been to the Volta region with her. I've been to, you know, and she's always here. Jifa Tega, you know her. Jifa is actually one of the mentors that we have. Who else am I missing? Dr. Miriam. She's been amazing, you know. And today is her first time, but you enjoyed her, no? We enjoyed her. So she has to come again, right? Absolutely. Finally, this is what I would say. Actually, no, not finally. Before that, can the Obaasima team come up? Everybody, Fatih come, Ivan, all of you come. Clap for them. Gladys come. Where's everybody? Where are my Obaasima squad? Where is everybody? Come. Where are they? Harriet, Miriam, come. Please clap for them, I beg you. Clap for my people. You guys are awesome. Is that a Ravna? Hey, I can't even see you. There you are. Please, come. Keep clapping for them, I beg you. Please, they want a picture with Shamima. Do that for them quickly. I'm saying that we clap for them because I have been very busy. So I haven't been very active in all of our organizations. But these people have made sure that the dream continues. They are the reason why we are here today. Guys, thank you. And we will keep falling back on you. You guys will keep organizing these programs for us. We are grateful. Thank you so much. Shams. Thank you. Now, the final thing I will say to you is that we have an Instagram page, we have a Facebook page, Obaasima. Please, I beg you, go and follow it. I understand that some things happened while I wasn't here. We will talk about it. Go and follow the Obaasima page. Follow us. We have a community. That's Fatih. Fatih, come. That's Fatih. Follow Fatih. Follow her on Facebook. Yes, follow her on Instagram. Follow her everywhere. I love Fatih especially because Fatih is like my poster girl for. But you know Fatih, right? Do you know her? Who doesn't know Fatih here? hey, please allow me to introduce her to you. She's the first female SRC president of the Ghana Institute of Journalism. She's not a small woman. She's not a small woman at all. So please, follow her, get in touch with her. Through Fati, we can continue to form our community, right? Fati will give us the vote of thanks, but before Fati does that, Whitney is here. Do you know Whitney? Whitney, just say 2 words, and then Fati don't go. Fati will say votes of thanks, and then we'll go.
But thank you for coming. Salam alaikum. I've made some friends here that I'll be coming to your school because I realized that they are good backing vocalists for women. So what are your names? Sauda and Hilary. Please give them a round of applause, sir. They were shy to ask the questions, but these 2 girls, you need to add them to the Obaasima team because they are proud feminists in the making. And I need you to give a huge round of applause for yourself. This is not for me, it's for yourselves. So if you don't clap loudly, it means you don't like yourself. Yes, you like yourself that much, eh? The little I just want to tell, especially, I'm a mother of boys, but I'll be biased towards my girls. Because I realized that for a lot of you, your questions were to the pressure, keeping up appearance and all that. I want in this room for us to sow the first seed that the next female vice president will come from this room, or president even. Do we believe in that? Do we believe in that? So we are going to work on that, right? And in doing that, please, let's not fall for the pressure. Yesterday, you heard that one chairman was picked up. It's all set, you know. Set in Kwa. Your best friend now are the mentors you're being given and the advices you're being given. Listen, your biggest competitor is yourself. I was telling Auntie that I think that Obaasima now needs to let every older woman here adopt one person before leaving. And they can walk the path with you for things you do not understand. And it's good that now we have Obaasima Zongo conversations so that if anything at all, you are seeing examples that is coming from your community. And it makes a lot of sense that you should also have a table. If they don't create the table for you, please make your own table and invite your own to it. But let's leave this room knowing that, yes, we can. Can't we? Can't we? Yes. And we can have the guys backing us, right? Yes. Another round of applause for ourselves.
It's always so difficult if you are to talk after great minds, because what do you say? There's a lot I want to say, but I know if I start, all of you beat me. Especially the way Accra High is looking at me. Please, I'm releasing you. Please, I'm releasing you. And then Kateko as well. A lot has been said. And I think that we've covered the most important aspects of the conversations. And then most importantly, possible solutions were also discussed as well. And that is something that resonated with me. I am a Zongo girl through and through. And so these things mean more to me than anyone else here. We are capable. I always say this wherever I have the chance, that the most ambitious women I've spoken to are Zongo women. Am I lying? Are we not capable? What is it that we can't do? Exactly. We are capable. Our only problem is how to move. Our only problem is the right environment. And Obaasima and Auntie Ama are here for you. Can we clap again for Auntie Ama? Auntie Ama, on behalf of all of the Zongo girls here, we want to say a very big thank you for doing this for us, for including us in this. I mean, there's been a lot of seminars, but you thought of us, and we are so, so grateful. Kateko! We had a deal. Okay, I'm coming for you. We had a deal. Yes. Auntie Amma, thank you. Auntie Harriet, today I didn't even recognize her. You know, she pulled up correct. Accra High, thank you so much. Auntie Nancy, thank you. Glees, thank you so much for coming. I think you were our first school. Kateko, thank you. To all of our partners, Yaptasim Foundation, Hijab Teens, help me. Safari, Shades of Muslima, all of you, we called and all of you delivered. There was nothing like, oh, Fatih, we are not too sure. Everybody was eager. And that was what drove the passion for this thing, because everybody we called on was really interested. Thank you guys so, so, so much for making this. We know that we are late. Yes, and we have Kivo Gari for you, so Kateko, if you like, you can go. Yes. So all of this. I go. Do you guys want the Kivo or not? Then keep quiet. Okay, so before I leave, I want to there's too much noise in the room. Okay, so before I leave, I want to personally invite you guys to our events. That is, we have the campus store, which is coming up next 2 weeks, 13th June, at Legon campus. After that, we have the market storm. I know you people will say you are not market women, but our mothers are. Our mothers are proud market women, and we are proud children of market women. So we will be representing at the Kaneshi market. And then you have our main events, that is at the National Theatre in October. I'll personally come and pick you guys. So it is not about whether you want to come or not. I'll come and pick you up. I hope you will be interested in coming. More Kivo for you. Thank you guys so much.
It's been 3 years.
No, it's been 6 years.
6 years.
Yes.
So what have been some of the challenges the foundation has been facing for the past 6 years that you began? We want to know your challenges.
Well, there are a lot of challenges. I'm not going to stand here and act like it's been all rosy. Of course, we don't charge for people to come to our programs. Campus stores, we don't charge. Market activations, we don't charge. And when you come, you get refreshed. We also give you refreshments when you come to our programs. So, of course, there's an issue of how are you funding this, right? So that will be the first challenge. Let me say that I am happy for the partnerships that we have had over the years. Let me speak about the partners that we have this year. So this year, we have Trillium companies. They are giving us water, Vena mineral water. They are giving us Bigo drinks. They are giving us McBerry biscuits free of charge. So even though they haven't given me cash, they have given everybody who comes to all of our programs refreshments. And I'm so happy for that, because our programs take time. And sometimes you want to talk, but you're hungry or you're thirsty. So I'm grateful. And I ask for more, like Oliver Twist. I will speak about Kivo. Kivo is giving us products. So for everybody that will come to these programs, they will also have, Kivo products, the Kivo Gari, and to speak about companies like NLA, good courses that have supported us over time. I'm still knocking on their door. I'm going there, and I know that they will come on board and they will help us. So, the biggest thing would have to be, how can I say this without Passion Air? Passion Air over the years has transported our speakers. We go all the way to Tamale. We go to all the tertiary institutions there in Ghana. But to be able to get there, somebody needs to transport you. And Passion Air over the years has transported us so beautifully. So I would say that we have had tremendous support. It hasn't always been in cash, it's been in kind, and we are grateful. But like Oliver Twist, I will keep asking and begging and pushing that those who can support us with cash should also come and do that. Because what we are doing here is important, and it's important that we all support it.
Okay, so narrowing down to today's program, what are you seeking to achieve in the Zongo community?
Absolutely. You realize that I'm not a speaker. I'm not going near the microphone today. We wanted to bring the women who have lived the Zongo experience. the women who have, because we hear the stories. I have a lot of the Zongo girls as part of the academy, and they tell me things, right? And I want to help them. I want to have the conversations with them. But I realize that I can speak from my perspective, but my perspective might not be the Zongo perspective. So this conversation is for that Zongo perspective, to ensure that whatever barriers there are that I'm constantly hearing about, the women who have lived through these barriers and have excelled can come and share their experience and share their knowledge, with the younger Zongo girl, so that all of us can achieve together. So this conversation is the Zongo dialogue. So you realize that we haven't done this before. Normally we take all the speakers and then we take the questions, but this time we are taking questions after every speaker, so that whatever questions the ladies have, they can ask them directly. Madam, in our community, again, somebody asked, a man is not supposed to be a gynecologist. I mean, how do I navigate that space? If I go to a hospital and a male, what? So that's something I can't speak to. I'm not Muslim. I didn't grow up in the Muslim community. I didn't grow up in the Zongo community. But Shamima Muslim is. Dr. Miriam is. The Honorable Jaisbawa Muktari is. So they can directly speak and answer the questions that everybody has. So my prayer is that at the end of today's dialogue, if the ladies have some questions that have been on their minds and their hearts for long, these women can help them and assist them. I'm also praying that before we leave here, some girls would have been able to make contact directly with some women, maybe exchange numbers, so these women can take them on as their own mentors and help them. So hopefully, if everything goes well, this should be an all-round success for all of us.
Is there a future for the Zongo dialogue?
Absolutely. Once we start it, then it becomes an annual event. So we started the campus tour in 2021, and we've done it consistently from that time till now. We started market activations a few years down the line, and this year we are going into the market. So